So you said we're going to table first? Cool. So how it'll work with the teams is who won Morrisville won the toss. So I'll be doing them in terms of team, and then I'll throw to you. Sure. Or no, actually batting team. So this one first, and you'll be doing. And plus it's better because you're more familiar. Yeah, that's fine. No, Nate. Okay. So you'll start with them. I'll ask him about the table. The same thing Nate would do. I'll just ask Aman.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
A new era for American cricket began in 2021.
There it goes into a dive! What a catch!
The rise of cricket was celebrated across the country. Now, with big wickets and even bigger hits, the stars of minor league cricket are back and better than ever.
Primus goes huge!
Don't miss the nation's largest league competing for the biggest prize in American cricket. The Toyota Minor League Championship returns this summer, live on Willow TV.
The action heats up from Atlanta, where in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco, it's a crucial weekend in the Southern Division. It's the Atlanta Lightning up against the Morrisville Raptors in what truly promises to be an enticing affair. Well, what a 6 weeks has been in this tournament. Aman Patel alongside me. Aman, when you look at the action and you boil down to this weekend where you have three teams neck and neck in this division, all gunning, of course, for those two playoff spots, what is sort of the importance of winning out in terms of these 4 games?
Yeah, the Morrisville Raptors, of course, coming into this weekend with some less games played from these two Atlanta sides who are topping this Southern Division at the moment. Remember, the top 2, those are the 2 that will qualify to get into that playoff. So the Raptors, who are behind by 2 points coming into the weekend, having played 2 less games than the Lightning and 1 less game than the Fire, they're going to need some wins here this weekend to make sure they keep themselves in contention as they head back to Morrisville next week.
Well, you can see the table there in terms of the Lightning, obviously up top. And interestingly, last weekend at this very venue, they would have had a pretty intense battle when you look at the Lightning and the Fire. Of course, both teams splitting, the Lightning winning on Saturday and then the Fire coming back in a big way and winning on Sunday. But it's so interesting to see there. The Raptors will feel good about this weekend because they have only played 8 games. They still, of course, have 6 remaining in these group stages. And, of course, we know how dominant they can be at Church Street Park. Well, earlier we had the 2 captains in the middle, Captain Dane Pete and Hanchard Hamilton from the 2 teams. And, of course, on this synthetic surface, always so interesting to see what captains who win the toss elect to do. The toss was won by Dane Pete of the Morrisville Raptors, who elected to bowl first. And there he is, making it very clear, Dane Pete, that he wanted to field first. So straight away, teams we see in this T20 format, they like to chase. And it will mean, though, Aman, that the Lightning will get first knock. And the Lightning are a team who, when they bat first in this tournament, are very hard to beat with the power of a Mark Parchment. Of course, Sagar Patel at the top of the order. And it'll be very interesting to see how they line up. There it is. Hanchard Hamilton has been a big addition for them. And also Jesse Boutin from Trinidad and Tobago, replacing Shamar Springer, who's on West Indies A team duty. Heath Richards is there as well, the South African all-rounder. And when you look at this Lightning team, there's a reason they sit comfortably at the top of the table. In terms of the Raptors, a team you know very well, Aman.
Yeah, this Raptors team, they suffer a big loss when it comes to Colin Archibald. He's missing out because he's part of that West Indies A group. So they bring in Matthew Ford. And if you remember, Nikhil, Colin Archibald, a big part of their chases, opening the bowling and coming in the back end scoring runs. Matthew Ford has some big shoes to fill. Also, you're going to look at Obis PNR coming off the fastest century in minor league cricket last week. Those are some names to watch as we see the Raptors try to chase down a total.
Yeah, I think the main thing for this Morrisville Raptors team will be consistency. I mean, you look at last weekend itself, PNR being able to get 100, they being able to post over 200, and then in the afternoon segment, actually losing their last game, which was so crucial to the Orlando Galaxy, unable to chase down 125 runs. So by that means, he's confident in his team that they can still chase totals, and that's why he's opted to bowl first on what seems to be an outfield with a lot of dew. Obviously, we've had some overnight rain as well, so it'll be interesting to see how the two teams sort of fare as they approach the middle.
Yeah, and the Atlanta Lightning last week playing the Atlanta Fire. They scored 193 in that first innings and still get it chased down. So they're going to be they need to just find a way to get that runs on the board. And then the bowling, I think, for them is going to be the biggest priority. How can they get onto the right foot with the ball in hand to defend whatever they put on the board?
And I think it's also good planning from Dane Pete. He would have watched and assessed conditions the last weekend and seen actually how sort of the two teams would have gone about both chasing on at this venue. Obviously, it's a venue with smaller square boundaries, so there'll be something that Mark Parchment at the top of the order will look to attack. He's been special as well, 85 from just 51 deliveries last weekend for Parchment, and I mean, he'll be so important to the start for this Atlanta Lightning team. Of course, later today, we'll also have Faisal Shah joining us on commentary as well. Aman Patel, Nikhil Tumchanani, and of course, in this 2022 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. It's already been special for these first 7 weeks. Overall, the action, obviously we've seen, especially on our premium coverage, we've seen both sides of the spectrum in terms of the Pacific Conference and the Atlantic Conference. Aman, what sort of has been the biggest takeaway for you?
Yeah, I just think it's the consistency with teams that's been really interesting to look at. We saw the Raptors last week drop a game to the Orlando Galaxy. The Lightning, they'll score 200 and then they'll just, kind of get bowled out for nothing against a team like the Morrisville Raptors. So I think for the Atlantic Division and the South in general, it's just the consistency that I think we've been lacking from sides up in the South, in the East. And I'm just interested to see as we get towards this playoff push and closer towards the playoffs, how do these teams continue to combat themselves and work into the right direction?
Well, just about ready to get underway. Of course, the Morrisville Raptors winning a pivotal toss. Lahiri Milantha behind the stumps, slip in place as well. And he will be bowling to Mark Parchment, a man in red-hot form for this Atlanta Lightning team. Comes in with a big record under his belt, 288 runs. He's averaging over 40 in this tournament so far. This 2022 division, and of course this Atlantic Conference. We haven't seen much of these southern teams, especially on our premium coverage on Willow TV and the MLC Network. But a first opportunity to see these three teams, because I say three because really when you boil down to this southern division, it comes down to the Lightning, the Raptors, and the Atlanta Fire, who will be in action later today, of course, against the Orlando Galaxy. So tons of action for you coming up today in sort of this minor league. When you look at the 4 games over the 2 days, really excited, Aman, in terms of what could unfold in terms of the standings of this Atlantic Conference. Of course, these two teams that qualify will then play those on the eastern side of things, whether that be the Manhattan Yorkers, the New Jersey Stallions, etc.
And that's what exactly we want as we head towards the playoffs. We want those close finishes, those exciting games. And again, the Raptors will play the Lightning later this week, and it'll be the Fire. That will be their first matchup. Played the Lightning once at Church Street Park where they won. Can they back that victory up against so many storylines, so much excitement coming into these last weeks? Exactly what you want as you finish the regular season.
So Shiva Kumar Duvarapu just made his USA international debut with the new ball in hand. Just about waiting to get underway here in Atlanta. The Atlanta cricket fields, of course. See the two batters in the middle, Sagar Patel and Mark Parchment. Patel would have played in Atlanta last year for the Atlanta Fire. So making the switch over to the Lightning. New tournament for him. He's done well, gone past the 200-run mark. But Parchment has been the main run getter, following up from a really good season last year, where he similarly averaged over 40. He's continued in that vein. He's been a big figure for them at the top of the order. First delivery, here we go. Starts on a good length. Shiva Kumar, of course, it'll be interesting inside this power play to contain the Atlanta Lightning. The Raptors will know the importance of these two games. They have got two tough matchups, one against the Lightning and today, and then, of course, tomorrow afternoon against the Atlanta Fire. If they can win those two, they're then in a real comfortable position to qualify, of course, in those last two places.
And again, that's the importance of coming here to Atlanta and getting wins. You know you have games at Church Street, but you don't want to put everything on that final week.
Runs off the bat straight away from Parchment. It is a thick outfield, but they've just cut it coming into this weekend. So it's usually we do see a very thick, slow outfield here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields, but they have done a nice job to get this facility ready. Duvarapu will have to be, though, on the money straight away, given the restrictions. He has a deep mid-wicket in place inside this power play. Remember, just two fielders allowed outside the circle, one at deep mid-wicket and one at deep third. Pretty standard for the seamer. I can tell you he wants to be very straight as well. Oh, look at the bounce. Something you get, Aman, on these synthetic surfaces. I find, especially with the clay underneath, you do get a pretty true surface, but you do have that variable bounce time and time again.
Yeah, take a look at this, how much it jumps on Hanchard Hamilton. And again, when you talk about Shiva Kumar, not someone who usually gets that much bounce off the wicket, more of a guy who just kind of just skids it through. But on this synthetic wicket, as you mentioned, gets that extra bounce, and he's going to want to start straight. You mentioned earlier, small square boundaries. Don't want to give these two bats the freedom to free their arms up and hit square.
Short again, it goes straight up in the air. Keeper calls, Melanta, safe pair of hands, and takes it. First wicket for the Morrisville Raptors. What a start that is for them. And it's the very first wicket of the action here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. Dream start for a team that just won the toss and bowled first.
Dream start, and talk about this wicket. It's Mark Parchment scoring over 200 runs in minor league cricket. Just getting it off the toe end of the bat, trying to take it into the leg side. And we know how safe the hands of Lahiru Melanta is. They aren't going to drop those. And again, Mark Parchment, who scored so many runs in this minor league, it's so important to get him out early. And the Raptors, they do exactly that.
Parchment gone for two, early wicket, early breakthrough, 2 for 1. Well, a big wicket brings another man in good touch. Hanchard Hamilton walks to the middle in at number 3. And that obviously registered a 50 for the Lightning. He's been in the runs. Again, one of the newer players in this Atlanta Lightning team. Comes in, though, with a lot of work to do for his team early on, because that is a huge setback to lose in the very first over. It was interesting, though. Clearly, Shiva Kumar trying to go to that shorter length, because we saw it a couple of times previously in this over where he got one that really jumped, and in the end Mark Parchment not able to get really close to that delivery, just hit the bottom of the bat and went straight up. Easy catch in the end, and a great start for the Morrisville Raptors.
My son, he's so soft-spoken.
Hamilton off the mark straight away. And here's why Hamilton is in the middle, Aman. Mark Parchment looking to take on that square boundary.
And again, just getting the toe end of the bat, just trying to take it through the leg side. We saw him do it earlier in the over, all on the carpet. This time, all they could do, pop it straight up. And again, Shiva Kumar, he gets the man he wants, brings out the rest of this batting lineup. And again, Hanchard Hamilton, who's done so much is now in the middle for the Atlanta Lightning, in for Mark Parchment.
Well, Sagar Patel, who knows this venue very well, obviously representing the Atlanta Fire last season. He's played a lot of cricket in this Atlanta area. New team, new colors. And a huge opportunity now for him now, given that Parchment has been dismissed. He's got to do the bulk of the scoring, especially inside these power play overs.
And we've seen him like the width and like to go through the offside with on the front foot.
End of the over, 3 for 1. Well, this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, of course, presented by Sunoco. What a 6 weeks it's been of this tournament. 6 weekends. We move in now to the business end. The Atlanta Lightning in a crucial matchup for their standings and their chances of making those playoffs. They've got a long batting lineup, so the Raptors will have to continue to take wickets. And speaking of wickets and options, they've gone to the skipper, Dane Pete. Comes into the attack for the first time with the brand new ball inside the power play. Always a test for spinners inside these first 6 overs. But what a man, what an experienced campaigner. The captain, of course, leading from the front, opting to take that new ball in hand.
Yeah, we've seen him do it time and time again here in this minor league tournament. Again, he is someone who likes to take the new ball, understands what he wants to do and lead from the front. We've seen him take wickets in the power play pretty consistently. Took a couple last week as well.
Good delivery. Look at the length. It's always something that intrigues me to see spinners and how they bowl on these synthetic surfaces, because you don't have, you know, those cracks to open up. You don't have much help or much purchase off the surface. You can see Dan Pete when he's running in for these first 2 deliveries, almost like a Sunny on the Rhine. He's hiding the ball behind his back. Not sure if he's worked on some new variations, but clearly doesn't want Hanchard Hamilton to try and see too early. Look at it there. You can see it just behind before he delivers. Good test from the mystery spinner, he likes to call himself. What a delivery. What a delivery. Aman, how much do you think Dane Pete, seeing Hanchard Hamilton come to the crease at number 3, being a left-hander, has sort of played in the part of him using the new ball?
Yeah, again, we saw it from him pretty consistently through the tournament, but that turn away from the left-hander, that angle, just that little bit of doubt, that's what you're looking for. And again, for Dane Pete, I think he would be taking a page out of the Emilio Ponzo playbook from last week, left-arm orthodox, who just kept firing it in close to the legs, doing something similar to start things off.
You can see what he's trying to do, as you mentioned, with the angle, bowling around the wicket, just angling the ball in to the left-hander, but then with his natural spin, well, then spinning away from the outside edge of Hanchard Hamilton is why he's got to slip in place as well. Such a meticulous campaigner, Dane Pete. Man that's obviously played Test cricket for South Africa. So much T20 experience for the Cape Cobras, and what a revelation it is to have him in the United States, outfitted for this team. Making the switch, of course, from the DC Hawks last year.
And with the DC Hawks, he played on plenty of synthetic surfaces, so he understands how to operate on those.
Good appeal, but definitely going down leg. But asking the right questions, Dane Pete and the Raptors. End of the second over, maiden, 3 for 1.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, तेरे घर लाने का।
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
Well, a lot at stake for these two teams. Over extra covered. Great way to start for Sagar Patel, who opens his account nicely with a boundary.
It's an area of liking for him. He likes to go over the covers. Played a lot of shots on the Atlanta cricket fields over that region. And again, just given the license to free up his hands a bit, made some room, takes it over the top. A lovely stroke here for Sagar Patel.
Oh, was critical there is just how far outside his crease he's batting, then advance down the track as well, just to cut down on that length, create it into a half volley. Good batting from the opener. He's been in the run, Sagar Patel. He's proven last year for the Atlanta Fire that he can produce at the top of the order. Surprised though that Sivakumar Duvarapu's gone away from that shorter delivery that he got Mark Parchment with in the very first over.
Yeah, Sagar Patel, someone who's a very free-flowing player, likes to play on the front foot, especially through the offside. So, as you mentioned, it's interesting that he's just trying to pitch it up now to Sagar Patel. You think he'd stay back of a length, if not that short delivery, right close to stumps, and not give Sagar Patel the freedom to free up his arms.
More runs for the Lightning. I mentioned before this over began how important it was of a matchup, not only because these are inter-division rivals, but the fact that both these teams coming off losses in their last game. The Lightning, as we mentioned, came up short against the Atlanta Fire, but the Raptors against the Orlando Galaxy team, who they were favorites to beat, they were then came up 5 runs short against that Galaxy side. So they just need to get a win. Both these teams will be hungry. It was the batting that failed them, the Raptors, last weekend. Into the body. I mean, both those games by the Raptors, they won one, lost one last weekend. They were played on the same day. How much do you think that had an impact, you know, just in terms of having the, you know, the heat, etc.? Does that play a part?
Yeah, I think Florida, obviously, a very hot setting, humid setting at that, and again, never easy, especially on the last couple of days to play back-to-back. And you look at the table, again, that loss, if you win that game, you jump up to 13 points, you're there with the Atlanta Fire, but instead you're sitting at 11, having to come into this week and get some wins.
Just the opportunity to be on 15 at the end of this weekend. The Raptors, sumptuous if they can go to the top of the table. Stylish, very stylish, over the top, manipulating the field well. Sagar Patel.
Sagar Patel, he likes it full. And that one just staying full, straying down the leg side. Tried to go into the block hole, Sivakumar. Just missed it. He wasn't going to miss out again. Just take a look at this. Just didn't quite get the length right. And this helps it over.
I think it's the line as well. Even with that deep mid-wicket fielder, just too easy for a man of the caliber of Sagar Patel, who's proven on this venue he can be very dangerous. Already he's registered 248 runs this season. Strike rate of 120 at the top of the order, so he's been sort of that watchful figure. Disdainful from Patel. First maximum of the action. That was a quality cricket shot.
Talked about full deliveries. That one full, hit straight back.
Great way to end the over, 19 for 1. $16 runs coming off of that last over, and all of a sudden that run rate has jumped to a run a ball much more comfortable for the Atlanta Lightning, and it's because of Sagar Patel coming into his own in that last over against Sivakumar Duvarapu. Final delivery of the last over, struck powerfully back down the ground. Statement piece. Dane Pete again into his second over. How do you manage if you're the captain, Aman? Obviously, you've only got 4 overs in this T20 format. How do you manage your 4? He's opted to bowl 2 inside the power play.
Yeah, I think for Dane Pete, I think he's looking at this matchup with Hanchard Hamilton, and I think he's just going to bowl the second one, but for his luxury, he has the abundance of spinners. You have an Obis Pinar, a very smart left-arm orthodox, a Karthikeya Jagadish, a leg spinner who's coming off a 5-wicket haul last week, so he has that luxury of having extra spinners in the bank.
He finally takes him on, he gets it in the gap, and he's going to have enough on it as well to go into the boundary. So first real sign of any aggression being shown from Hanchard Hamilton, and all of a sudden the Atlanta Lightning are fighting back.
That last over, just kind of letting the ball comes to him. This time he gets to that ball, and again, just made some room for himself. Goes into out over extra cover. A lovely stroke there for 4 runs. Eases some of that pressure that Dane Pete was building.
Just turning it into the onside. Hanchard Hamilton. There's good situational awareness though from Hamilton. Obviously last weekend he would know against the Atlanta Fire on this very venue less than a week ago. He was able to register 59 from just 39 deliveries. So the fact that he has runs under his belt, even with this slow start, he'll be backing himself and knowing that he can catch up as the innings progresses, especially after losing an early wicket. One that they're not used to losing. Mark Parchman, he's been so consistent for them. Went in the very first over to Shivakumar Duvarapu.
Yeah, and again, for Sagar Patel, you see him on strike now. He's been taking the more aggressive approach since that initial wicket. Again, like you said, Nikhil, usually just is the navigator, now just being the aggressor.
Just wonder if it was the call. 1-2, Hamilton sent back smartly in the end. I wonder though, since they lost the wicket of Parchment, with Patel being sort of the man that was there, even though Hamilton is coming at 3 and faced more deliveries, I just wonder if Sagar Patel has sort of been given the nod that he must take on the bulk of the scoring.
He's a very talented cricketer, very free-flowing cricketer, and knows what he can do once he gets it going.
This is good bowling from the captain, just not afraid to flight it, even in this power play with just 2 outside the circle. They're flying through the overs here, the Raptors. End of 4, 26 for 1. Some big names, Jesse Bhutan, Cassius Burton, who's been in the runs already for this Lightning team. Carrie Peer from Trinidad and Tobago. So a lot of batting to come. And they'll be happy with this start. The fact that they've only lost 1 wicket and still have 2 overs of this power play remaining, they can maximize.
Again, you just want to save that middle order if you're the Atlanta Lightning. Plenty of names to come. Sagar Patel keeps going the way he is. They could have a big score to roll out.
Obas Pinar is going to come into the attack. It's an interesting move and an interesting roll of the dice from Dane Pete because he does have the left-handed Hamilton on strike. I just wonder if this is sort of giving Hamilton now the bit of extra impetus that he can open up with the ball spinning back into him.
I think the captain, Dane Pete, is looking at Obas PNR as his experienced player. Anytime there's a big bat over there, think of Bhaskar Yadram when they were at Church Street Park. He turned to Obas PNR and he delivered that wicket whenever they needed it. So I think that's why Dane Pete has elected to go to his left arm orthodox.
Getting it over the infield, doesn't quite time it well, Hanchard Hamilton. More importantly, he gets 2 runs, and all of a sudden you immediately see the intention from Hamilton, looking to take it on, much more aggressive than that Dane Pete over. So clearly that might be the plan, and it's also sort of could be a gamble that works in Dane Pete's favor. You have Hamilton may want to take on Pinar with the left arm spinner. You never know, you're always in with a chance of wickets. Pinar is a skillful left arm spinner. That's why, because of the pace, extra bounce. Back for 2 again, Hanchard Hamilton. A good start to the over. Jacobus Pinar, 13 wickets last season for the St. Louis Americans. So he definitely is a consistent and reliable campaigner with the ball in hand.
Captain for the St. Louis Americans last year, and again, he's more known for what he can do with the bat, but his just experience, he's a smart bowler. Again, why he's been given the ball here in the power play.
Look how quickly he's bowling. The velocity of that delivery, the first 3 in this over, not giving Hanchard Hamilton much time to think. Getting the line well right as well. Picks it up nicely, using the pace. It's the second maximum for the Atlanta Lightning. They're a powerful team when they bat first at this venue.
You talked about it earlier. The spin back in. Does it just allow Hanchard Hamilton to free up his hands and hit through the line? This one got back quickly. He sends it over the top, mid-wicket there. Not going to matter. Huge 6 that for the Atlanta Lightning.
Well, the Morrisville Raptors will also be cognizant of the fact that this Atlanta Lightning team have only lost once batting first in this tournament. They're 5 out of 6 when they bat first. So something important for the Lightning, and another thing that they'll have sort of help with the confidence of this team, even after losing an early wicket.
Go all in, buddy.
Again, and it's excellent fielding from Matthew Ford at long off. Full stretch dive, and does a splendid job to save 3 runs for his team. 2 runs, correction.
Again, this Morrisville Raptors side, they pride themselves on their fielding effort. Matthew Ford, new addition. He doesn't miss out here. Take a look at this. Full extension. Keeps it in. Saves 2.
Magnificent. Straight to point. Dot to end the over, but a big one. 12 coming from it for the Atlanta Lightning, who are now well underway. 38 for 1.
That side.
Right arm over, golden chin.
$38 for 1 after the first 5 overs. Atlanta Lightning has gotten away to a decent start after a slow power play. This is Shah Faisal. Shah Faisal coming to you from Atlanta Cricket Field, and this has been quite a good start. This is wide. We feel that he missed out on it. Sagar Patel, he had a mixed weekend last week. He had a good knock in the second game, that was on Sunday, but definitely would look to put another score on the board for the side, because Lightning would like to take a victory here. Aman Patel alongside me.
Yeah, again, great to be down here in Atlanta, and of course the Atlanta Lightning wanting to get a win, and we're seeing Matthew Ford, the new insertion for the Morrisville Raptors, getting things going here in this 6th over.
Giving himself some room. This has been the feature of Sagar Patel. He likes to give himself some room and open up that offside. His timing has deserted him so far, though.
Yeah, again, pretty consistent in terms of the way he wants to attack. He wants to go through the offside, likes to get on the front foot and play over covers. So you can see Matthew Ford, conscious effort to keep it back of a length and away.
No ball is the call. It's straight to the fielder, though, once again failing to find that gap, but he will take the opportunity to have a free hit.
Matthew Ford, this is first over for the Morrisville Raptors, coming in for Colin Archibald, who is away with the West Indies A. If you just take a look here, just overstepping, clear call there for the umpire. Sagar Patel gets a chance to free his arms.
Backing away, no timing once again. Just a single, an opportunity lost. Sagar Patel would think. Atlanta Lightning, they put up a big score in the second game last week, but they couldn't defend it. So it's very hard sometimes on a day like this, which is cloudy here in Atlanta. What's the best total on a bright, sunny day? This pitch, 180 could be a par total, but look at that. And not sure, the batters haven't got into the groove just yet.
Yeah, again, outfield's still a little damp, and maybe the Atlanta needs just a little bit. So just could create a little bit of doubt in the wicket just to start things off before the sun maybe comes out, bakes it. And maybe that's the reason the Raptors have elected to bat second.
Hamilton is the rock around which Lightning likes to build their innings. He runs very hard between the wickets. Once again, good call. This is how he played last weekend as well, and throughout the season he's been a rock. He doesn't go hard too soon. He likes to take his innings deep, and also Raptors will really be looking to get rid of him to really set the catamount, the pigeons as far as the Atlanta Lightning batting. Got it off the meat, stand and deliver. And Chad Hamilton carrying on from where he left off last week.
Yeah, you can just see, give himself a couple steps of room and just helps it between wide, mid-off. Again, someone who just plays single-double game, but if he's given the opportunity to free up his hands, he won't miss out, and he keeps the run flowing for the Atlanta Lightning. Another boundary to the name.
It's another of his feature. Very calm and collected. I was thinking, there's another feature of his batting is that he does put the bad ball away. That way the pressure doesn't build on him, even if he has to play a couple of dots. As the over has come to an end, 6 overs done, power play is done and dusted. 42 for 1. For 1. That's Mark Parchment, was dismissed early doors. Once again, couldn't time that pull shot, hitting right at the bottom of the bat, and he turns away in disgust immediately. Good catch under pressure, because Parchment is a big wicket in this Atlanta Lightning lineup.
Scored so many runs, 200 of them already coming off of his bat. 6th ranked bat in the Atlantic Conference. So to get him back in the dugout early is huge for the Morrisville Raptors.
Not just the amount of runs, Aman, the way he played, he looked in supreme touch. But this is cricket for you.
Yeah. One. Easy, JK. Here we go.
Here's the call from Hamilton from the non-striker end. Struck firmly enough to find the gap. That's a boundary. Again, they're keeping the flow of the boundaries.
Yeah, just making sure they're scoring runs, and this one just hits straight back, as straight as you like, and just evades that fielder running around. Again, a way to keep the scoreboard ticking, keep the pressure on the Morrisville Raptors. The Lightning, they're going to want to put up a big score. They do so usually batting first, and they're continuing that trend.
Down on one knee, Sagar Patel, that sign off his bat was pretty sweet, and it cleared the bench easily.
How about that shot there from Sagar Patel? It's tremendous, it's glorious. He loves that sweep shot, and again, just given the license to do it, frees up the hands and gets that well over the top into the car park. Lovely shot this from Sagar Patel.
Playing with Dane Pete, because the previous delivery he backed away, and this time he just came slightly inside the line. And this is one of his go-to shots as well, the slog sweep.
Come on, lad. Heads up.
Pretty good with the lofted extra cover drives as well. Something on that. Have to wait for the umpire signal. Sagar is looking more comfortable against spin.
Yeah, you can see Dane Pete that time just quickening things up. This is going to be his 3rd over, and he's looking for that wicket. That's why he's brought himself back on. He knows this is a huge partnership to get to the middle of this Atlanta Lightning batting but at the moment, it's all the Atlanta Lightning.
Come on!
57 for 1 at the moment. This is another crucial partnership. He calls for the run very early. Soft hand, just angling the face of the bat, hitting the gap and running hard. That's good here from the Lightning.
Yeah, just a feature of Hanchard Hamilton's batting. You can see the throw coming in quick, but the two quicker. Hanchard always is looking for that single, is always looking to keep the scoreboard ticking. And again, I think Sagar Patel very reactive to what Hanchard wants to do.
Ball in, boy. Ball in, boy.
Sagar Patel was part of that horrible mix-up with Mark Parchment last weekend. To his credit, he took it out of his mind pretty quickly and played a great knock. But from the stump mics, you can clearly hear that who is instigating all the calling, and that is Hanchard Hamilton.
Boy, boy, boy.
And the ground from the run.
Again, you can just see it here from Dame P, just trying to keep it out of the arc, keep it full, keep it straight.
After 7, 59 for 1. For 1 after 7 overs. Runs have started to come this partnership, especially like was the case last weekend. Hanchard Hamilton immediately takes control of the situation.
Yeah, and this has caused and prompted the Morrisville Raptors to go with a bowling change. It's Kiran Savanakumar who's coming in to bowl. Played his first match at Church Street Park on the season, took 2 big wickets there, and he has a knack of being in the wickets, and that's why the Raptors, they've gone to hit.
You're revving about him off here. He can swing the ball. Beautiful surroundings here around the Atlanta cricket fields. Incoming Georgia. And the weather. This is Atlanta, not Manchester. But we're talking about him. You just said that he likes these conditions. He likes to swing the ball around. Probably the conditions tailor-made for him, overhead conditions. Slightly offline. Did he get a tickle on it? Yes, he did.
Yeah, and Kieran, a guy who just nips it around a bit off the wicket, likes to hit the length, and is a very tall individual, gets some good bounce. And as we've seen already on this artificial surface, we've already seen bounce on offer for the likes of Siva Kumar. I think you're going to see plenty more of that from Kieran once he finds the length.
Very important point you make once he finds the length, because on this Atlanta cricket field pitch, the artificial pitch we've seen, it offers good bounce to pacers, especially the height of Kieran. If they hit a good length. Quite a village scene here. See in the background. You know, have to free his arms, but now with power play done, there can be protection.
Yeah, and again, Kieran, he just keeps it tight. They give him plan, and he just bowls to it. He doesn't try to do too much, and I think that's all the Raptors would be looking for at this stage. They're just trying to find ways to cut the boundaries out of these innings. If they can cut the boundaries, they'd feel happy with the way they can come back and at least chase a total.
Morrisville definitely would be looking to do that at this stage of the innings. Boundaries are not coming. They build pressure through bowling dots. Pick up a couple of wickets along the way will be ideal. Swing and a miss. Nicely kept. Look at that bounce once again, but he rolls with the ball very nicely.
Yeah, very experienced, a very good campaigner, Lahiru Milanta. He, of course, playing in Sri Lanka, playing at first-class level there, and again, keeps up to the stumps for the likes of Kiran Savanakumar or Rohan Phadke, we won't see today, and obviously Aditya Badala, who we'll also get to see with the ball later.
That offside. 2 was the call from Hamilton immediately. Field is not as quick as it usually is. A bit damp conditions there. So running between the wicket will be very, very important here.
Yeah, and that's exactly the man you want in the middle. Hanchard Hamilton is always willing to run, always willing to be at the non-striker's end. And again, a little bit of dampness out there in the grass. And again, look at this running. Hanchard Hamilton just off in such a hurry.
Rolling, buddy, rolling. Well done, well done.
So on that replay, I'm on that, how comfortably he made it in the end, because he ran very hard the first run. It's an ideal technique of any youngsters watching. That is the way to do it. Also, partnerships are the key, Aman. We've noticed in T20 cricket. 64 for 1 right now, but this phase of over number 7 to 14, we've seen teams with the platform, they lose their way. That can easily happen, going too hard and not knowing what they want in the end. And Lightning would have to make sure it don't happen to them today. Straight down the leg side, wide is the call. Lahiro couldn't get around quickly. Unforced error, 5 runs.
Yeah, just trying to be close onto the body of Hanchard Hamilton, just straying down the leg side. It's 4 runs from wides, 5 wides there. Again, you can see it come in a bit, and Lahiro Malanta did well to get all the way around, just to balance extra pace from Kiran Sarvanakumar. Unforced errors, as you mentioned. It was such a good over to that point. That 5 wides, just huge.
Lightning, also Raptors and Atlanta Fire. These are the 3 teams that are leading the way in this division at the moment. Lightning with more games, leading the table here. But it really is, Aman, between the top 3 teams who would go to the next phase.
And again, this weekend and next weekend at Church Street Park going to be so crucial. We'll see all 3 teams on display. And again, for the Morrisville Raptors, need wins here, and that's why you can see the Lightning dugout. They also would like to get a win. If they get a win, almost clinching a spot at the top of the table at the moment. Again, it's just unreal scenes here. 68 runs on the board here at the end of 8 overs. And it's a new bowler coming into the attack. It's Karthikeya Jagadish, the leg spinner, who took 5 wickets for the Raptors last week against the Orlando Galaxy.
It's always exciting to watch a leg spinner come into action. He's any good as he was last weekend. He will really cause trouble to these Atlanta Lightning batters. Karthikeya coming off of a 5 for last week. Really will be up on his confidence. Needs a good start though, and his team needs some breakthroughs. Ball is for 2. He went around quite quickly and prevented that.
Yeah, we didn't see a lot of Karthikeya in the early weeks in Morrisville. But he did have an injury. That's why he had a broken finger, and that's why he wasn't able to bowl. But since has healed up, ready to come in the important part for this week and this end of the season here for the Morrisville Raptors.
This is surely the business end of the competition. All the teams would want all their big players to come to the party. Hamilton has certainly done that. Another confusion. Sagar Patel turned his back pretty quickly on his partner. They always say, never run on a misfield.
Yeah, again, a good fielding side, this Morrisville Raptors, and you can see it struck so firmly. Good stop there at the covers by Sanjay Stanley.
It's been a good over so far. It's really landed them. And that is the key with a right arm leg spinner. You can get a good start. The spell could really be crucial here. Once again, not entirely in control. This is good stuff.
Just enticing that false shot there from Hanchard Hamilton, getting bogged down. 2 dot balls previous to this. And again, only 2 runs from the first 4 deliveries, 70 runs on the board. Just trying to up the ante All he could find was an outside edge. Lucky for him, didn't carry to short third.
Looked like Rongan. Hamilton was playing against the spin. Sammy got a solid enough connection. Two fielders there, but they could only see the ball sail over their heads. Once again, Sagar Patel finding the boundary when he seen that the pressure was building. Brought out the big shot in time.
Lovely stroke this. Again, just made some room for himself. Played with the turn, and again, two fielders in that region. Didn't matter. It was hit so firmly out into that Atlanta Fire tent. Lovely stroke there.
Slightly short. He hasn't got all of it. But in the gap, and the bounce takes it away from the fielder. Another boundary. Sagar Patel wasn't in control of that. But 10 of 2. Really another strong finish to the over. Once again from the Lightning. They're rocking and rolling at the moment.
Yeah, that one just up in the air, and it just bounced away from Sanjay Stanley. And again, after this, that ends up being a 12-run over this, a huge over for the Lightning. At the end of 9 overs, it's 80 for the loss of 1.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
What's up, Dad? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
$82 for 1 after 9 overs. That manual scoreboard would suggest. Like technical glitch there with the scoring app at the moment. Working hard to get it fixed pretty quickly. Got his bottom hand off of it. Once again, lucky it didn't carry to the fielder.
They say fortune favors the bold. And exactly that's what it's doing. You can see playing the big shots, and they're just not carrying out to the fielders at the moment. The Raptors, they feel just a touch unlucky at the moment. They've enticed and brought out those false shots, those edges. They just haven't carried to the guys on the deep or even in the inner ring.
This is a huge field, so that's also important. If it's your home field, you know where to actually stand on the boundary and how far in you can get. Tail through the offside once again. Fumble will allow him a single. It's not easy on this field. It's quite bumpy. And Morrisville has done well in the field. They put their bodies on the line.
Yeah, you can see this one just getting away. It looks like Sanjay Stanley there in the inner ring and is bouncing away, allowing for that single to take place. And again, struck so firmly off the bat of Sagar Patel. They're just looking for runs in any way they come, the Atlanta Lightning. And just that one boundary just propels the over, makes it such a huge one for them.
One boundary and over at this stage is pretty adequate, because if you run hard, it can easily make an over into an 8-9 runs and over. With, look at this artificial surface here, the matting at the Atlanta cricket field. It produces quite a lot of runs, but there is also, if you look at this length, there is some bounce for the taller bowlers here. In the air, and away from the fielder. Another boundary, so Atlanta Lightning, they're keeping up with the boundary count. Almost one every over.
Yeah, it's such a huge shot this. Again, you're talking about the bounce. Rode it comfortably. Hansard Hamilton sends it over the top of that cow corner region of the ground. Again, not only have we seen sixes, but we've seen huge sixes today. That one, maybe one of the biggers.
Hamilton does possess quite a lot of power. got away from Lahiru. The chase is on. Will be pulled back. A couple of runs. Did get something along the way? Nothing, says the umpire. A couple of byes.
Yeah, again, just some unforced errors for the Morrisville Raptors, and it's just caused because of the pressure that's being put on them by the Atlanta Lightning.
Plenty of good stuff in between, Aman. It's just that boundary ball that really spoils the over. As we have come to the halfway stage of the Atlanta Lightning innings, the partnership has really propelled 92 for 1.
Sagar Patel, the way he's scoring at the moment alongside Hanchard Hamilton here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields, they're sure to make the front pages of DAFA News and be all over those headlines. But it's Karthikeya Jagdish who's back into the attack, trying to just get his name in there and just disrupt the rhythm of the Atlanta Lightning.
JK, come on, buddy, come on, buddy.
I mentioned 2 key characters in the battle. That use of the feet, getting to the pitch of the ball. Like you said, rightly said in the previous over, the Morrisville Raptors, they're under pressure, but they have been put under pressure by this partnership, where they put the bad balls away and they've run really hard. Karthikeya Jagdish.
Again, we saw him bowl a couple of wrong-ins to Hanchard Hamilton in his previous over. Does he continue that trend and keep it turning away, make him play against the turn?
He's shown good control. Very good control so far, and he can come up with a wicket that would really lift his confidence for today, and this remaining spell he could really put the rest of the batters under pressure. But wickets are the key, because the partnership is going. Really, Atlanta Lightning would be very pleased, and the dugout will be very, very calm. Excellent delivery, beautifully bowled. Flight, turn and bounce.
Again, just trying to throw Sagar Patel off rhythm. You could see him commit to that drive early. See if he can edge one. There's a short third in play, just for one that comes off that flashing blade of Sagar Patel.
Slightly short on that occasion. Sagar does like to go hard over cover. Could have been a good plan to bowl him a big leg spinner and then set him up for the drive. Get one through the gate. That would be ideal.
And he had the left-hander back on strike, and we've seen his previous over started with just 2 runs and 4 deliveries, then went for 2 boundaries. So we're here at the 4th delivery. We've seen 4 bowled. He's got to make sure he doesn't concede more than 1 here, and ideally no boundaries.
Another short one. Hanchard Hamilton. This is his favorite area. He would not spare anything, and he's got the power to clear the fence despite the sweepers there. He took him on and got himself another maximum.
Just talked about it. Can't give any looseners. This one's short, and it's just too easy for Hanchard Hamilton. You can hear on the stump mics, Lahiru Malanta just saying, come on, you can't bowl there. He's going to get dispatched, and another one going into the other fields here at the Atlanta Cricket Field.
This time the length was better, and Hamilton couldn't do anything about it. dot to finish off the over. This partnership has really put Atlanta Lightning in command in this clash here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields.
1, 2, 3.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
$99 for 1. Might be some discrepancy, but we can get it checked pretty quickly. But at this stage, after 11 overs, Atlanta Lightning are really rollicking along. What could Morrisville do here, Aman, to stem the flow?
Well, they've turned to the young left armer. Aditya Padala comes in, bowls cutters, keeps it slow. We'll see what he has in store.
Exactly what he's done in that extra bounce as well. Off a length, we've seen that here at the Atlanta Cricket Field. Should grip a little bit here with these kind of conditions here. Mix it up, but length will be the key. You don't want Hamilton and Sagar Patel to play off the back foot and smash you to all corners. So slightly wide, but the field is well set. Aditya Padala wouldn't mind a single.
And Aditya Padala usually pretty consistent around that good length and bowls the off cutter, the light cutter, the slower deliveries from there. That's why they turn to him, and again, he's going to continue to look to just keep things mixed up to Hanchard Hamilton and Sagar Patel, who have looked to play those big shots, throw their bats hard, and just see if they can create, again, another false shot that carries or just stem. He's been someone who can come in, slow things down, have a couple 4 or 5 run overs, and then wickets fall in the overs preceding his. I think that's the key here for the Raptors and Padala.
That kind of pressure hasn't been built. That is the reason the partnership has never felt under pressure. They can get singles and twos and then get the boundary away, really. Punish them. Once again, running hard is Hamilton. Straight down the pitch, though. And Sagar Patel makes it at the non-striker end. Good cricket here from the Atlanta Lightning.
Again, shown such good intent, these two between the wickets. And again, that delivery could have easily just been one, and they could have just been happy with it. They were sprinting away, and again, you could see Padala thinking at some point they have a chance. Even the direct hit well inside his crease. Again, such good running from the Lightning between Hanchard Hamilton and Sagar Patel.
So they make every ball count here, these two. Padala, to his credit so far, has maintained his discipline. Throughout the over, we've seen these two ready to bounce at anything loose.
And you can see the fans of the Atlanta Lightning enjoying the show. They got the drums out, just adding to the atmosphere here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. As just headed towards the afternoon, almost 11 o'clock here, Eastern time. And again, for the Morrisville Raptors, going to try to find a way to get those fans to quiet down, pick up some wickets. If not, it could be a long day for them.
And find the gap, Sagar Patel. He had to be here last week because the 2 local derbies happened. And this is the feature of Atlanta Lightning. They beat the drum and the crowds gather around their hospitality tents there. They made plenty of noise on Saturday when they beat the local rivals. It was a great atmosphere.
And again, Aditya Padala keeping things nice and tight to finish off this 12th over. 103 for the loss of 1.
3 for 1. Parchment went early. Then this partnership has really propelled. Couple overs gone. Only 4 extras. So Morrisville Raptors in the field. They have been pretty disciplined. Not many to show in the wickets column though.
Yeah, again, you can just see the expensive overs kind of leaking through. Dane Pete at 6.67. Before Aditya Padalu was the least expensive. It's Padalu who came in, just a 4-run over for him. There's just been the way the Lightning can get 1 boundary, 2 boundaries every over. Have just kept the Raptors on the back foot and never let them feel like they're in front. And they brought back Matthew Ford to come in for his 2nd over and try to bring something different.
Ball is for 2 once again, but he's hit the gap. Downhill. Stop the ball inside the field of play. 3, well run once again. Hanchad Hamilton taking charge between the wickets. And he can't get the boundary. He makes sure he runs very, very hard.
Again, just good running there. They know the outfield still going to be a little bit slow, still a little bit of dew on offer. But because of the fact that these two have been so good running, they've just been able to keep the runs flowing even when the boundaries aren't going. And Hamilton, again, running quick 3s and bringing Sagar Patel to strike.
Take inside half of the bag. The call is for 2. Talking about Morrisville Amana. At this stage of the innings, over number 13, what can Ford bring into party for Morrisville, because they desperately need wickets.
Hanchard Hamilton, whilst the scoring was down, he got to 53, just off 39 deliveries, 3 4s, 3 6s, much to the dismay of any Raptors fans out there watching.
Single, that's 3 half centuries in a row for Hamilton.
It's been absolutely brilliant, and again, this is the wicket the Raptors would have to go and get. You asked me, what can Matthew Ford and this Raptors team bring? Well, Matthew Ford has to deliver that Colin Archibald effect. Colin Archibald always able to get a wicket, always able to change the game. That's why Matthew Ford is in. Colin Archibald away with West Indies A. They're going to need him to do something special, something on the cards, just to create something different and something to change.
Talking about that West Indian A side, after this delivery, if we watch Sagar Patel, his timing is not there, but he's battling away. He's played his part in the partnership, not at his explosive best. Talking about that West Indian A side, the Atlanta Lightning is also missing Shamar Springer, who was in good touch, but then he was called up to that same West Indian side. So a couple of miss outs, but really progressing in their careers, both of them, Archibald and Shamar Springer, 2 excellent cricketers. For that Yorker. Change of strike. Sagar Patel will now get the opportunity. This should be disappointing for Ford.
Yeah, again, Matthew Ford, someone who's just come into this side, hasn't played games all minor league cricket long. You know, surprising that it took him so long to find a roster, having taken a hat trick last year in minor league cricket. So for him not to be on a side was really surprising. And again, just on his first match, his second over, he's giving up another no ball here.
Well, he knocked him over, but that won't count. Be happy with the dot, though.
Yeah, those have been hard to come by for the Morrisville Raptors, so they'll take them any way they can get them. Get not a wicket, but confidence booster here, full straight. Sagar Patel looking to take it over the leg side. Top hand comes off the bat that time, interesting. But again, that off stump goes, but a dot ball here for the Morrisville Raptors.
Looking to bludgeon it, just lost his shape completely. He hasn't been in his best form, but like I said, we have to give him credit. He hasn't given it away yet. And for a team cause, he's done an excellent job. Could Matthew Ford Repeat the dose here to Sagar Patel on a legal delivery. Again, no timing there. $13 gone. 1-1-1 for 1. Nelson's on the board. Look at that. The power play started off slowly, but halfway through that power play, they got into their groove, and since then, it's a nice little rhythm to this innings.
Yeah, boundary every single over. And again, apart from that second over, that was a maiden bowl from Dane Pete. Since then, it's been all Atlanta Lightning. Again, the initial wicket of Mark Parchment in that first over from Siva Kumar. But since then, it's been all Atlanta Lightning. Again, all over it here. 13 overs to the match.
Struggling with a little bit of cramps. Hamilton, remember he's the wicket keeper as well. That's at number 3. Today it's not humid as it was last weekend or the weekend before. It's very pleasant. It still does take out a lot of these players. Conditions can be energy sapping, and with the new laws, they can't have runners anymore. He has all had to do it all by himself.
But luckily for him, Sagar Patel at the other end has been scoring in boundaries, and it's Aditya Badala, who just gave up 4 runs from his first over, pulled a good first one. He's going to be looking for another good second over here to back up that first, and again, would love to take the wicket of Hamilton or Sagar Patel.
Once again, he's nailed it, and once he does that, forget about that, because all you have to do is to retrieve the ball from outside the fence.
Full wide and easy for Hanchard Hamilton. He's got the drums to start banging out there in the Lightning fan group again, full wide, and it was just asking to be hit, and he kindly obliged, sends it over the top of long off. 6 runs to the Atlanta Lightning.
For the start of the over, I was just thinking that Hamilton and Patel would now be starting to worry about what kind of target they want to set now with the platform built and 9 wickets in hand, only 7 overs to go. First delivery, the first delivery was to go by. I think they're in for a run rush. Once again spraying down the leg side, hits the gap, despairing dive, and that is a boundary with the naked eye. It looked like he was in contact with the ball when his body hit the rope.
The umpires are going to be happy to give it 2 there. I think Karthik Jagdish just did enough to keep it away from the boundary rope. Again, a good effort. They've been really good in the field. Again, just whipped away, and again, a very tight, just went to the umpire signal. It doesn't seem like they signaled 4.
Back line down the ground. This time another chase. Once again, good work in the deep. This time it's Matthew Ford. Very, very swiftly was able to prevent the boundary.
Yeah, again, huge there for the Morrisville Raptors. You don't want to give away boundaries, and you want to give everything you can to stop them, especially at the rate these two are scoring them. If you don't give out these efforts, you could be looking at 3-4 boundaries and over, and looking at chasing a score of 250 and being out of the game before you're ever in it.
Sagar Patel. Padala couldn't pick up the ball at the first attempt. Could have been a chance. Another single stolen. Another big over for the Lightning.
Again, you can see it here for Aditya Badala. He's just looking to find a way to create that wicket, try to get the run out there. But all he could do, just not be able to pick it up. And again, the Atlanta Lightning, a little bit gassed at the moment the way they're running, but they're keeping the runs flowing, building this platform and looking to jump from there.
This time it's Sagar Patel's turn to join in on the fun. Straight down the ground, all the way. This is carnage here at the Atlanta Cricket Field.
Started the over full and wide. super delivery, full and wide once again, and the same result over long off 6. And Sagar Patel, who loves to go through the offside, gets it straight back over the top, 6 runs, and the Atlanta Lightning, as you said, just absolutely giving it to the Morrisville Raptors at the moment.
A strange knock from Sagar Patel. He hasn't looked in rhythm, but that last one really came out of the screws. And that has brought about his half century as well. Just 36 deliveries. He's really played his part. And I admire more because he hasn't looked in complete rhythm, but still he's able to fight for his team. And that's 2 half centuries in a row for Sagar Patel now.
Again, absolutely brilliant here for Sagar Patel. He's been so good, and these two, after the initial wicket, they've come in and each scoring half centuries. Again, look at the batting scorecard. See the 1 low score with Mark Parchment. He was dismissed in that first over, but since it's been Sagar Patel absolutely breaking it apart. 55 from 36, and Hanchard Hamilton 66 from 45, and again, just keeping the impetus in the innings.
Absolutely. Bowling card for Morrisville. Just 1 wicket at the top, but I think and more worrying is that there's no sort of control. They've been leaking boundaries regularly, even after the power play when they have protection. The field is set deep, but that has allowed Atlanta Lightning to take complete control of the game. Match officials to replace the ball. That is so often the case here at the Atlanta Cricket Field. Aditya Gajar, Roshen, the 2 officials. Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship 2022 presented by Sunoco. This has really been a bigger and better competition than last year. We're always grateful for all these sponsors to have come on board. Sunoco has joined Toyota, and also Dafa News for all your global news, sports and weather, everything you can catch up. And plenty of cricket around the country as well, because this Toyota Minor League, the games are coming thick and fast, and it can be very difficult to catch up with all of them. So Dafa News could be one of your platforms to go with a lot of the social media platforms of minor league as well.
Yeah, again, you can catch all the action that goes along this weekend. MLC Network on YouTube. You can check out the Twitter for live updates. MIL Cricket. That is the Twitter at MIL Cricket. You can also check out the Instagram at MILC USA. And you can see the ball being brought on from the 2 match officials. Just trying to replace it. Again, it's been absolute carnage here for the Atlanta Lightning with 1 delivery to go in this 14th. They've just been absolutely lighting up the Atlanta cricket fields, and you can see Morrisville Raptors, they're in awe. They don't know what to do. They don't know quite how to break this partnership, but the ball is back for them to try.
We don't have the strategic timeouts in this minor league yet, but it is a good time for Morrisville to come together and have a talk about it. Yes, Henchard Hamilton, like I said, 3rd consecutive 50, lit up with powerful strokes, and was able to put the bad balls away with ease. Not to forget his intensity with running between the wickets as well. His overall positive body language has really translated into this partnership. Hamilton, he's playing his part really nicely. This is Sagar Patel, also 50. When he looked to hit the ball hard, he lost his shape, but when he was looking to time the ball, he looked so nice, hitting through the onside on that occasion. This one clearing his front leg straight down the ground into the side screen. Another one of those. He's run fast as well and found the boundaries. Back live now. Looking for 2, but Hamilton has been hampered with injury, still was able to come back for the 2nd. That is once again good intensity, continuing on from where they left off before that break.
A great running between the wickets, and that ends the 14th over, 130 for the loss of 1.
Last over was the biggest over of the innings so far. 6 to go. Lightning are looking to build some more tall buildings.
And these two have been so good, and the Morrisville Raptors, they've gone back to their experience. In 130 for the loss of 1. 14 overs gone here, and in this 15th, the Morrisville Raptors, they've elected to go with Obis PNR to come in and see if he can deliver a wicket. The left arm orthodox, very tall man, going to be important with the bat later today, but he has the ball in hand to come in and bowl his second over.
PNR himself coming off of that blistering 100 last weekend. Hamilton doesn't spare those. He likes to get underneath the short deliveries and packs a punch because he possesses that power. And once again, clearing the fence with ease.
How many shots have we seen through that mid-wicket region? Just another one to add to it. Short, sat up, asked to be hit, and absolutely obliged at Hanchard Hamilton. He's keeping it going here.
In the air and gone. For once, Hamilton didn't find the gap and hits the fielder. But Pienaar would really like this wicket because the Morrisville Raptors was under the pump. They were chasing the leather, and the tall man has come up with the breakthrough.
You can see it here, planning to go on a length this time. Keeps it wide of Hanchard Hamilton. Chipped up, and the easiest of catches, their backward point for Vinod Kumar Tandaswamy. Made it look easy. And there you go, Hanchard Hamilton. He has to go. Brilliant 72 from 47, 136 for the loss of 2.
The wonderful knock there from Hanchard Hamilton. Morrisville Raptors will really be happy to see his back. Should like to get some sort of control back. Jesse is the new batter. Looked in good touch as well. He also is a very, very powerful striker.
Jesse Bouton, who's right-hand middle order bat. He's aggressive bat, likes to come down the track against the Pacers, but also accesses all areas of the ground. We've seen him play sweep shots to the new Pacers that come in and just looking to put it over the top of the wicket keeper. Should be exciting times.
Good call from Sagar Patel. Always important, got his partner off the mark. Look at that wicket. Once again, Pienaar quite tall, but that bounce that he gets, Hamilton wasn't able to control. He just sliced it and went straight to Vinod Kumar.
Yes, that one's hit for a single. And let's take another look at that wicket here. Obis Pienaar going back to that length, just bouncing a little bit more for Hanchard Hamilton. This one, the 6 previous to that wicket, actually. That was pulled away again, just trying to go on that length, and it just cut in.
Is helping Pienaar to get through over quite cheaply after that 6 of the first delivery. Patel might have other intentions. Good one to finish off. Really quick dart into the block hole. 15 gone, 139 for 2.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Well, what an exciting game of cricket we have on our hands as this innings gets to the business end. 5 overs remain. Morrisville Raptors looking to restrict what's been a disdainful performance from the Atlanta Lightning so far. I say that because, man, they've just struck it to all parts. Big wicket, though, being taken by the Raptors in the last over, breaking a 134-run partnership. Jesse Bhutan, very stylish player out of Trinidad and Tobago, out in the middle, facing the leg spin. Bhutan will be a wicket that they'll want to take very quickly because he's a man that packs the punch, and that's why he's coming at this phase at number 3.
And not only hits the ball down the ground, but again accesses all areas of the field. We've seen him play the ramp shots, and again against the likes of Karthikeya Jagadish, it'll be interesting to see if he does elect to play some of those reverse sweeps or scoops, just try to throw the leg spinner off rhythm.
I do like the move, though, by Dane Pete, trying to sneak an over of leg spin, even though it's the last 5 and they're going at 9 runs and over with a new batter in. He's trying to just sneak an over in because his 2 wicket takers in Padalia and Jagadish have been very expensive. I think it'd be interesting to see how Sagar Patel at the other end plays this now, knowing that he's obviously attacked Jagadish previously and has scored. These are the beautiful things, the beautiful ways that the cricket game can develop. So much at stake. And of course, the way that Hatchard Hamilton commanded the innings, almost like that Toyota Tundra-like player, just full of power, energy, and people who join the coverage late, you know, would have thought carnage from the very beginning, seeing the runner at 9 and over, Aman. But they only scored 46 runs in the first 6. There were 3 after the first 2 overs, after losing the early wicket of Mark Parchment. It just tells you time at the crease. Building one big partnership just helps propel your innings so well. Aerial. There is a man at long off. Dane Pete's got work to do, and he can't do enough. The run scoring continuing for the Atlanta Lightning, who've just bossed this innings, to say the least.
Another wonderful shot through the offside for that man. Sagar Patel, he likes it there, made a little bit of room, goes into out, and just able to push it to wide, long off, away from Dane Pete. Again, you talked about get off to a sluggish start, but since have been so quick, so nicely played all throughout the day. Sagar Patel, he just played an incredible knock and has kept the pressure on the Morrisville Raptors.
Yeah, big performance for Sagar Patel. Just the way that he's gone about this innings. We thought initially maybe he may be the one to look to stabilize, but the Lightning are showing they don't need anyone to stabilize. The way that partnership formed, just going at both ends. Excellent from the Lightning, and they'll be very happy with this total. Far from over, with still 4 overs remaining after this. Down the track again, hasn't quite got it. Dane Pete under it, the captain takes the catch. And it's now 2-2 for the Morrisville Raptors as they look to come back into this game. Big wicket again.
Looking to come down, looking to advance and go down the track, over the top once again. This time, hand comes off the bat. Not the first time we've seen it from Sagar Patel. This time, though, finding the hands of Dane Pete. Safe hands out there, and 2-2, and that's the big wicket because you got Hatchard Hamilton in the previous. Now you got Sagar Patel, 146 for the loss of 3.
What a knock it was from Sagar Patel. It brings Heath Richards now to the middle. You look at this Atlanta Lightning team, just so deep. Richards from South Africa, the batting all-rounder. Hasn't, though, fulfilled for his team with the bat in hand. They'll be looking for more output from him. He's known for his batting exploits. Just managed to muster 40 runs in the 5 innings he's batted so far in this tournament. But speaking to the coach of the Lightning early on, he just mentioned that we're yet to see the best from young Heath Richards. We've seen a lot with him in terms of with the ball in hand, but he really packs the punch if he can get underway. So it's why they sent him in with still 4 overs remaining, he can sort of acclimatize to proceedings. Has enough time to do so and then go big at the end. Switch hit. Great awareness, knowing the field up. And Jesse Bhutan is the reason why he struck at 170 in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Great way to end the over.
And we've talked about it. His ability to go all over the ground. That time the switch hit comes out with square leg inside the ring. 1 bounce over the rope for 4. Beautiful shot there. Keeps the runs flowing here for the Atlanta Fire. 16 overs gone, 150 for the loss of 3.
Still so much batting to come. You look at Kerry Peer, we know what he's capable of doing with his power towards the end of the innings. Cassius Burton's only batted once in this tournament and already he's gone past the half-century mark. Terrence Hines, the all-rounder. Interesting though for Dane Pete. 4 overs remaining. He's got 2 from forward. You expect him to go back there. Shivakumar Duvarapu also 2 in the bank, so be interesting to see where he goes to. Padala, has been very expensive today. I mean, he's been the main strike bowler for this Morrisville Raptors team. It's going to be the spin of Pinyar for his final over. He's broke the crucial partnership between Hamilton and Sagar Patel. They've done well, though, to claw back the Morrisville Raptors because this game was slowly slipping away from them. Very fast through the air, Obas Pinyar. Doesn't give the batter, even as a spinner, much time to think.
Yeah, someone who keeps it quick. He's kept it on a length pretty consistently all throughout the day. He's not going to allow Heath Richards just to clear his leg and hit through the line.
Takes him on. Long off in play, and long off takes the catch. Matthew Ford, he doesn't drop many. And all of a sudden, the Morrisville Raptors, they've clawed their way back into proceedings at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. It's now 3 wickets in 3 overs. Could this game have another twist to the tail?
Never easy to come in and get going. And Obis Pinar, who's so smart, kept it on a length. Heath Richards clears that front foot, trying to go back down the ground. But all he could do, pick out Matthew Ford. Smart bowling, and you knew once the wicket comes, more wickets could follow. That brings out the 4th wicket, still 150 on the board.
Another disappointing return for Heath Richards. Terrence Hines, the all-rounder from Trinidad and Tobago, walks to the middle. He'll have his work cut out for him with still a lot of time in this innings to go. So even, yes, you want to keep that scoring that was done so well by the top order of this Atlanta Lightning team. You want to ensure, though, that you pat your full quota of 20 overs. Of course, still 6 wickets in hand. A lot of batting depth in this Lightning team. A team, of course, that got to 193 on this very venue just last Sunday against the Atlanta Fire. So they'll have that, and also the confidence of knowing that they've only been defeated once, batting first in this tournament. Hines, a very aggressive player, all-rounder from Trinidad and Tobago. He's got his Red Force helmet on. He's represented Trinidad and Tobago at the first-class level just a couple months ago and had a good season, especially with the ball in hand.
Yeah, Terrence Hines is going to be given the ball here later today, but someone who likes to access the leg side and play through there. So if you are the Raptors and Obis PNR, who does go on a length, just want to be careful. Don't want to stray onto his body.
But I think what's made Obas Pinyar so successful today, watching him in this matchup, bowlers will tend to want to make batting team hit into those square boundaries. They're much bigger than the one straight. And because he's so reliant on that hard length, batters then try to create, like we saw in the last wicket from Heath Richards, looking to go down the ground, but the length wasn't quite there. And in the end, getting his man, Obas Pinyar. So he's done well for his team, especially on these synthetic surfaces. Not a big spinner of the ball. So Pinyar with his left arm orthodox. Well, Terrence Hines, for those that may not know the name, he's a man that is very talented and one that's a name that stands out when you think about the regional talent back in the West Indies. Would have represented Trinidad and Tobago, as I said before, at the first class level. He's played 10 games in the red ball format, but he just has this ability to win you games with both bat and ball. Obviously, you think about the West Indies and the plethora of all-rounders that they've been able to produce over the years. Hines is definitely one touted for the future. Another good over, though, from the Raptors as they fight back. End of 17, 153 for 4. Terrence Hines just walked to the middle. Jesse Bhutan has been there for a while. He's already hit a boundary. There's still 3 overs remaining. This is a high-scoring venue. I've seen some mammoth totals here just last weekend by the Atlanta Lightning, the Atlanta Fire as well. Both teams getting past that 190 mark. But it is sort of an unpredictable venue because the day before, last week, Saturday, Amman, 164 was made by the Fire, and then in a rain-affected game, the Lightning were able to get to 145 and win. So I've seen sort of both sides of the spectrum. Matthew Ford back into the attack.
Unpredictable, as you mentioned, and again, that's why when you look at average scores here, you would say around 170 to 175, but you never know what could be a good score on a given day just because of the nature of the wicket.
Cutter, slower delivery, but he's pummeled that. This man packs the punch, and you don't want to get it wrong to him because he can make you pay.
Huge shot this from Terrence Hines, just got on top of it. Again, as you said, the cutter just sat up, asked to be hit, and Terrence Hines, who loves to hit through that region of the ground, got one right in his zone, and no chance for Aditya Badella out there.
We just picked the right delivery. Terrence Hines knew that pace was off, and he just could wait. Much better option, but he squeezes it past. This is glorious from Hines, picking right where the top 2 would have left off in terms of Patel and Hanchard. Hamilton, first a 6 and now a 4. Excellent towards the death.
Just smart batting, knew a fuller delivery was coming and assumed that it was going to be wide out of his arc, and again, just squeezed it away from third man sitting on the circle. And once it clears him, you know it's going for 4 runs. A great start to the over this for the Atlanta Lightning.
This time even better. Better timed power off the middle of the bat, and it's 14 runs from the first of 3 deliveries. Terrence Hines turning it on here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields.
Look at this shot, this over covers, just was able to squeeze it. A couple of bounces away and away from that fielder who was sitting at deep extra. Move to a conventional cover, but Terrence Hines, look how he started this over off. He thought the Raptors now maybe could reel things back and get ahead of this match. No, it's Terrence Hines keeping things going, keeping things moving for the Atlanta Lightning.
My oh my, fetch that. You just cannot stop this man at the moment. Terrence Hines, what an over this is turning out to be for the Atlanta Lightning.
What a way to welcome Matthew Ford into this Morrisville Raptors side here from Terrence Hines. He's got the dugouts going, he's got the drums rolling. Take a look at this, just picks it up off the length, sends it over the top of the leg side, huge over this, and Terrence Hines, he's putting on a display.
Well, it's just the wrong length from Matthew Ford. Terrence Hines, because of that strong base, generates so much power to hit through the line of the ball. And on a length, he will take that every day of the week and twice on Sundays, Aman Patel. And still, 1 delivery remaining with 20 runs coming from the over. Captain Dane Pete has had a talk with Ford. Of course, for his first game of this 2022 edition. This time goes over point. The versatility of Terrence Hines on display in this over. It goes for 21 runs. What an over that has been. It's all happening here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. Don't move a muscle. 174 for 4. They just did so well before that over, Aman, to just pull things back. The Raptors, since over number 15, they had just conceded 23 runs in the 4 overs. That's less than a run a ball. But that is just the over that the doctor would have ordered for the Lightning. Terrence Hines hasn't been the most productive with the bat in hand this tournament for the Lightning. But boy, do they need this from him. You can see those tall towers there, the 14th, the 18th. Big overs for the Lightning.
And look at the overs that preceded him. The 13th just going for 8 runs. The 17th going for less than 4. The Lightning just never letting up on the Morrisville Raptors, and they've gone back to the orthodox here in the 19th.
Inside out. Thank you very much. This is power on display at the cricket fields. And if you're in the stands, in the crowd, take cover.
Maybe the shot of the day here for Terrence Hines. Makes some room for himself, goes into out, over covers. Never easy to put away. Obis PNR. But this time got all of it, sends it over the top. Another huge shot, just batting on display here.
And we know you are seeing on your ticker Kiran Saravan Kumar, but it's not him, it's Obas Pinar bowling. We just had a small issue in our scoring, so we're working to get that rectified. But it is Jacobus Pinar with his left arm spin. And boy, that will be a huge sigh of relief to get Terrence Hines off strike. It's not a surprise though from Hines. In the previous over, if you heard through the stump mics, Matthew Ford actually asked him about his first class 100. I remember watching the carnage he displayed in Trinidad and Tobago. Aman Patel, listen to this. In a red ball 4-day format, Terrence Hines, 102 from 77 deliveries for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So he's no stranger with the bat in hand. Jesse Bhutan doing the right thing, even though Bhutan has come into this game striking at 170 in the 3 innings that he's batted. As a good player, you're just aware of the fact that you have a man at the other end who's striking at over 200. Of course, you've got to give him the strike.
Talk about that first class 100. He's going to go and look to play big. So far doing it today.
In the air, there is a man underneath it, and the man completes the catch. Just the wicket that they were looking for, the Morrisville Raptors. But the damage has been done if you're Terrence Hines and the Lightning, because you'll cross that 180 mark, and you still have 7 legal deliveries remaining in this innings.
Just looking to get it over the leg side, and again, this time just one shot too many. He's had a good innings here, Terrence Hines, a good cameo. This time just couldn't quite get all of it, looking to take it through the leg side. Rather simple catch in the end for Abhiram Bolasetti.
Big wicket for the Raptors, but is it too little too late? Hines gone for 30, 182, now for 5. Cassius Burton comes to the middle in the just 2nd game of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. And I mean, when you have players on display like Terrence Hines, like Burton, like Carey Pear, and the many other international superstars that the Lightning have, you put it down to the fact that we've got global partners on board, Toyota, Sunoco, and of course DAFA News. The coverage of this tournament has been superb by our partners, DAFA News. Check out and for all the, not only cricketing news and coverage, but global. It's been great to have them on board for the very first time this season. Burton now, he's already crossed the 50-run mark in his 1 inning so far in this minor league. Can he do it again and get something substantial for his team? Pinar again with that pace on display. Very tough to hit that wide delivery. An excellent over though from Obas Pinar. Other than the maximum, just 8 runs and a wicket. 182 for 5.
Look at the batting scorecard. Mark Parchman, he was gone quickly, but Sagar Patel and Hanchard Hamilton, they didn't miss out, both of whom scoring half centuries. And we just saw the unreal batting of Terrence Hines scoring 30. Just a quick 12 deliveries. Heath Richards was gone quickly, but now you have 2 new bats in the middle, Jesse Bouton and Cassius Burton, who look to get things going. And with the ball in hand, again, you can see here in Savarna Kumar, that is the overs from Obas Pinar, but again, not a lot of good things happening on that scorecard. I think Obas Pinar would probably be your pick of the bowlers today, just with the way he's taken wickets and maybe the most economical of the bunch.
3 wickets for Obas Pinar. Matthew Ford. Interesting though that Dane Peake goes back to him even after conceding 21 runs. That's why you bring in these players from overseas to have that influence, knowing that Ford can execute with his slower deliveries at the death, and especially the fact that they've been able to dismiss Terrence Hines. I just wonder how different the situation would have been had Hines still been at the crease. 6 deliveries remain. They've already crossed 180. They'd be very happy with this, the Atlanta Lightning. And what are they looking at if you are Hanchard Hamilton, the captain of this Lightning team? Excellently bowled. Wide Yorker just on the inside of that tram line.
With 2 new bats in, if you are the Morrisville Raptors, you're hoping you can keep them under 200. Again, if Matthew Ford can hit a couple more of these wide Yorkers, we know his caliber and what he can do. Can take a look, beautifully bowled there. You can have a couple more of those. Talking to under 200 and under 195 for the Morrisville Raptors.
Goes full again. This time gets it well enough. I didn't think it was going for 4 initially, but he's just struck it so well, Cassius Burton, and it's just his 2nd delivery of the innings. Shows you the power and the value you get for your shots at the Atlanta cricket fields.
Not the first time we've seen Yorkers go for 4 that were dug out. Again, a quick outfield with the dew off of it now. Ball's just racing away, and that one, perfect example of it.
He's got that long off fielder in place, but he's wide. Pulls back the length, but it's in the air, and Dane Peake takes the catch. Great work on the boundary at long off by Captain Dane Peake. Great awareness of that boundary rope, knowing that he was very close, had to throw it back in and take the catch. It's a phenomenal piece of fielding, but we're so used to it now at this stage of the T20 format.
Dane Peake so casual with it. It was hit up and thought maybe it was going to get there. Did well to track it. Again, the great awareness. Gets 1 foot down, keeps it out. And again, so casual with it. Just a quick toss back in. 186 for the loss of 6 now here in the 20th.
It's been a familiar sight for the Atlanta Lightning, where the middle order has just struggled in this minor league 2022 cricket championship presented by Sunoco, of course. Last weekend, they were only able to get to 23 runs from batters 4 to 10. Today, they were well set in the 14th over at 130 for 1. With 6 overs remaining, you thought 200, maybe 210. Full toss, gets away with it though, tugging into the onside Bhutan, just be a single. At 130 for 1 after 14 overs, you thought, surely the run rate that they were going with 9 wickets in hand, definitely over 200, but I just wonder now, the way that the Raptors have pulled things back, they've taken now 4 wickets inside the last 5 overs. Could this be the difference maker if they can keep them to under 200 with just 2 deliveries remaining?
We saw 193 chase down from the Atlanta Fire last week, so anything's on the cards in terms of chasing. Just have to give yourself a chance with the ball. And as you mentioned, reeling things back in, taking wickets in pretty consistent fashions after that initial wicket of Hanchard Hamilton in the 15th. From that point on, the Raptors have been on top, and that has just really reeled them back into this match and given them something they could chase down.
Rolls his fingers over it well, Matthew Ford. Bowling to his field as well, knowing that he's got 2 in the onside on the boundary. It's good, a good comeback from him after he conceded 21 runs in that Terrence Hines over. Other than that, the Raptors have been pretty efficient in these last 5. They've only conceded 48 runs. And obviously, when you go by this new standard in T20 cricket, which is generally teams tend to score at 10 runs and over, but with 9 wickets in hand, I think it's a huge success for the Morrisville Raptors. Can they close it out well, though? 1 delivery remaining in this innings. Straight up in the air, could be another opportunity for a wicket. And it's taken again. And it's Dane Pete again. He's been active at long off, the captain. But a fitting way to end the innings, taking his 3rd catch. And it means that the Atlanta Lightning, after they were well set to go past 200, only get up to 188. How crucial could that be?
With the start they got off to, they're going to feel they left at least 12 runs on the board, probably 20 to 30. Then you can see this one just chipped straight up in the air. Dane Pete came in a long way from long off. But again, that's huge, huge stuff here from the Morrisville Raptors. Reeling things back in these last 5 overs, keeping the score down to 188. It's chaseable total. It's not above 200. And the Lightning, they got to feel let down by the way they ended out this innings.
The 5 wickets go down for just 49 runs for the Atlanta Lightning. But they do have runs on the board. They've got experienced bowlers. But time shall tell if they can defend it. Obviously, we'll see them in a couple of minutes' time with the ball in hand. But of a good performance by both teams, I think the Raptors will be very happy with the way that they've come back into this game in the back 10 overs. Conceding 98 runs, but taking, more importantly, 6 wickets. There it is. Mark Parchment went early. That was a big setback. But the way that Hanshaw Hamilton and Sagar Patel put together 134 runs at the crease, you thought surely they would get to 200. Excellent work, though, at the back end of the innings, even after some fireworks from Terrence Hines, by the Raptors to pull things back in this encounter.
Yeah, again, that middle order kind of letting them down. And if you look at the bowling scorecard, Obis PNR taking big wickets, again, starting it off in the 15th, getting Hanshaw Hamilton, and just continued things going from there. I think big things from the back 5. You talk about Obis PNR, Karthike Jagadish, Matthew Ford, those 3 bowlers having the last 5 overs, huge for them. And then Siva Kumar, of course, starting things off by getting the initial wicket of Mark Parchment.
Well, 2 half-centuries for the Atlanta Lightning. Here's how the innings unfolded for them. It was started by a big wicket taken by the Raptors. Mark Parchment went early. But then, when you just thought that the Raptors could take some early wickets and just set them back, these 2 put on a show. Sagar Patel and Hanshaw Hamilton, the captain, they stayed at the crease for a long time. 134-run partnership and just 84 deliveries. Sagar Patel took on the bulk of the scoring early. Just managed the innings so well for this Atlanta Lightning team. The Raptors, they tried everything at them, had no options. Also able to score between overs 6 and 10 at 11 runs per over. Not usually do you see teams be able to score so highly and freely coming out of that power play. But whether it was pace, whether it was spin, they just did so well. I'm sure that they just continued the run scoring, whether it was down the ground, whether it was square and those bigger boundaries. It stayed hit. Hanshaw Hamilton with his second 50 in 2 weekends for this Atlanta Lightning team, leading them from the front. Chances of catch in the deep. There was a mighty blow by the Lightning, and then the power just continued. Sagar Patel miscued one. It didn't matter. He was able to get it in the gap. It went away for 4. The Raptors, though, they weren't good in the field. They did save a couple of boundaries, which could have been the difference maker. But when Hanshaw Hamilton hit it, no saving any boundaries because he goes big. He went the maximum as well. Over mid-wicket that time. They tried pace, they tried spin. This time went through extra cover. And Matthew Ford could only watch as they went for another maximum. Lightning, though, they've done this so often. Only beaten once when they batted first in this 2022 minor league. And 6 times. They're just so good at being able to post totals and defend them. That was the wicket of Hamilton. Just found a point. And Sagar Patel in the very next over followed after hitting a boundary. The wickets then tumbled. Sagar Patel looking to go big yet again. This time 1 too many. Dane Pete took 3 catches at long off. So reliable on that boundary. And the leg spinner, Jagadish, has been a strike bowler for this Morrisville Raptors team, but today was very expensive. did take the wicket though of Heath Richards. Just looked to take on from a length. Shot was never on. Matthew Ford held on well, but this was the over. 21 runs coming from it. The power of Terrence Hines. There was only one thing he was able to find, and that was the middle of the bat. Whether it was in the offside, the onside, full or short. What a show, fireworks this man put on. 21 runs coming from the 18th over until he picked out Abhiram Bolisetti on that deep boundary. That meant more setback for this Atlanta Lightning team as Dane Pete took a brilliant catch on the boundary, being aware of where that boundary was, ensuring that he just continued to lead his team, to continue to take wickets. They took 6 inside the last 5 overs. Another catch, the third of the lot. And in the end, the Morrisville Raptors ensuring that they restrict that Lightning team to under 190, which means that they will need 189 at just over 9 runs and over when we return. Don't go anywhere because this promises to be an exciting game of cricket. See you soon.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Just going to use the bathroom. The action resumes at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. What a start to the weekend we've had. 188 being posted by the Atlanta Lightning, thanks to a big partnership. 134 runs between Sagar Patel and Hanchard Hamilton, both registering half centuries, and a good finish to the end by Terrence Hines. Got 30 from just 12 deliveries, getting up to 188. The Raptors, though, they'll be happy. Obas Pinyar picking up 3 wickets. Matthew Ford towards the end, he was expensive, but he also picking up 2. And Jagadish, who's been in the wickets, along with Shivakumar Duvarapu, both with 1 apiece. But the economy rates will be a concern for the Morrisville Raptors. 3 bowlers over 10 runs and over. And it will mean now that the Raptors, if they are to win this game, pick up what would be their 7th win, and a 6th win, correction, will need 189 to win here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields, a ground, of course, that the Lightning, they use as their home venue, and they know very well. Lahira Milantha has opened the batting right through in this tournament at the top of the order. Faisal Shah alongside me. Good day to you.
Good day, Nikhil, and good day all. This has been a great game so far. 188. Lightning would have felt that at one stage they could have gotten over the 200 mark with a strong comeback by the Raptors. Means that 189 is just about par here at the Atlanta Cricket Field, because it is a very fast scoring ground.
It looks like Siddharth Matani with the new ball in hand, left arm spinner, who has been in the wickets this season. Lahira Milantha from Sri Lanka. Sorry, off spinner. Siddharth Matani making the switch over to the Lightning this season. Lahira Milantha has been in the runs. Amal with so much experience. Great, another one of those great players to have. So much T20 experience, playing for the Sri Lanka A team as well. Siddharth Matani there. Already had a big haul this season for this Lightning team. He's been in the wickets. Picked up 10 in the 9 matches so far. Interesting move, Faisal, to start with spin.
Lightning struggled with their bowling options last week. McNally's their regular with the new ball. He suffered an injury in the 2nd game last weekend. Terrence Hines likes to bowl after the power play and in the death overs, so they have struggled with their pace options. Decided to go with Madhani and Vinath Kumar Kandaswamy. Player that hails from Atlanta, has switched sides from Paramveers. He's playing for the Raptors now. Very, very experienced campaigner and a very good player against spin.
And Matani also coming from that Pacific Conference, representing the Surf Riders in 2021. So he's now switch conferences. You have seen a couple of players make the switch. First delivery, 189 to win. Straight away pulled, too short by Matani. Meet and greet stuff for the Morrisville Raptors. A great way to begin the innings.
Guilty of dropping it too short. Plenty of time for Vinod Kumar. We've seen Siddharth Matani struggle with his consistency last weekend as well. This time, first delivery, a gift. And Vinod Kumar is a very good player of spin. Would take this any day of the week.
Captain Hanchard Hamilton asking for a bit more revs. Goes short again, and it's the same result. Not helpful as a spinner. You're bowling inside the power play when you bowl that short. Well fielded on the other field as well.
Once again, too short. Repeating the dose. Winner. He's really quick on his feet, but you have to say you cannot ask as a batter for 2 best deliveries to start your innings off. He's off to a flyer, and so is Morrisville Raptors.
Well, 2 boundaries to open up when you need to go at 9 runs and over is the dream start for the Raptors. Kandaswamy, who mentioned earlier, good player of spin. It's come over the wicket now, but it's over the top, this time in the offside. Won't go to the boundary. It's a goal length to goal from Siddharth Matani with mid-off up in the circle. Terrence Hines retrieving.
Vinod Kumar trying to get one step ahead of the bowler. 2 short pitch deliveries. He was expecting that. Couldn't nail it. Like I said, mid-off up in the ring. Just had enough to get it over that man.
Cut well. Over the top is the 3rd boundary coming in the over. This is an expensive start for the Atlanta Lightning.
2 short once again. This time he chose the offside option. Went up and under. He didn't try to keep it off the ground. Saw it and his eyes lit up. This is really poor there from Siddharth Mathani.
Well, all 3 of these boundaries have come from the shorter length delivery. You can hear Hanshard Hamilton very vocal for his bowler to be a bit more attacking. Even if he flights the ball a bit more, he's got a long on in place. But at that length, it's going to be very difficult to take any wickets. Kerry Peer, with his experience now, having a chat with Siddharth Mathani.
Kerry Peer was the man who decided to bowl in the power play last weekend. Good control.
Again goes short, but hasn't quite got it this time. Kendaswamy just be a single. What a start this has been for the Morrisville Raptors. Cricket is such a momentum game, especially in this T20 format. The way that they closed out those last 5 overs, being able to take 5 wickets inside the last 5 overs, and just keep the scoring to 49 runs. And now all of a sudden, with the bat in hand, 15 runs from the first 5 deliveries of the innings. Clearly momentum on their side.
You make a good point, Nikhil. That is how it works, especially this short format of the game. Not a lot of change. There's not a lot of time to react, so to go with the flow.
Rare dot delivery, but what a start it's been for the Morrisville Raptors. End of the first over, 15 for none. Runs from the very first over, and it's been all because of Vinod Kumar Kendaswamy. 15 from the first 5 deliveries. Morrisville Raptors team with a lot of batting. They've been very reliant though on the top order. Jacobus Pinar still to come. We've also got Matthew Ford in today. He can really strike the ball in that middle order. Pretty relaxed look side, led by Dane Pete, of course.
Picking up from where he left off, Nikhil, in the last over, about that momentum or rhythm.
Kyle Phillip into the attack straight away. He has played international cricket for the USA. One of the bright prospects in this country in terms of fast bowling. Well, this is the last over. 15 runs taken from the very first over, and all the boundaries being scored. 3 of them came from short deliveries. Siddharth Mathani, the length wasn't quite right. That was the 3rd. Maybe the best of the lot. Kyle Phillip just trying to get his rhythm right. There's real power though. There's a shot in the last over, 2 in the onside, and then showing his versatility, Kendaswamy using the offside as well. That's the bounce Kyle Phillip can generate. He's about 6'3", very tall figure. Because of that, even on these synthetic surfaces, can get that sharp bounce.
1 for the over from the umpire. Vinod Kumar on the back foot immediately, but this is Kyle Phillip's preferred length. He does get that shape away from the right-handers, but this format doesn't want to get into the batter's half in the power play. Went for plenty last weekend, but at times he showed good rhythm.
Miscued, but just falls short of Jesse Bhutan. Actually, Siddharth Mathani at cover. That's the sort of in-between length that can be very uncomfortable, especially facing a tall man like Kyle Phillip.
Look at how high it hit him on the bat. That is the bounce you can get here at the Atlanta cricket fields from that kind of length. And you'll see later in the day as well when Atlanta Fire play Kone Dry, the tall South African fast bowler. He likes to bowl from that end and bowl that length as well.
again, using that steep bounce he's able to generate. Kyle Phillip, we saw it last weekend. He was very expensive against that Fire team, conceded 50 runs in his 4 overs. But he's a man that's only played 2 one-day internationals for the USA, Shaw Faisal. And I think, given the ability to bowl with excess pace, deliveries like that, I think he should have really played more than just 2 games at the highest level for the USA.
Competition in that national side is growing by the day. There's plenty more options coming along. Talking about this over from Kyle Phillip and the way he's put Vinod Kumar under pressure, you'd have to just really challenge the call of the Lightning skipper to give a spinner the first over against Vinod Kumar, because he's slightly vulnerable against that high lifting deliveries.
Slip in place now, Phillip, but still goes back to that hard length, as they like to say. I'm kind of surprised, though, now seeing the action from both ends, that the Lightning didn't opt to start with Carey Pear, because Carey Pear is a man who, standing at mid-on, currently for his team, such a good fielder. There again, you see hard length, very hard to score from. The line was very good as well at the body of Lahira Melantha. Carey Pear there, next to Kyle Phillip. I'm surprised because he's so effective with the new ball in hand. Down the trap, there is a mid-off in place, but he can only watch. It's hit well by Lahira Melantha, a man that's been in the runs in this tournament. And he'll be a man that they'll want to dismiss early, the Lightning, because of strokes like that. End of 2, 20 for none. A lot of batting to come. Faisal Shah, Jacobus Pena are the main standout. How do they sort of mitigate this challenge? Still 169 runs to win.
Partnerships will be key here, Nikhil, as we've seen in this kind of run chase situation. If you start to lose wickets with regular intervals, the momentum that we're talking about, the batting team will lose that. And this is what we saw last weekend as well. A couple of big run chases in the keyword partnerships, especially when the one set batter get out, the other set batters take control.
Everroy Dyer on screen, and it's the reason why this Lightning bowling attack has got to step up, because they've lost Everroy Dyer to their sister team, you could say, the Atlanta Fire. It was a big wicket taker for them last season. He'll be in action later today, of course, for the Fire, but he was a big piece that they've lost. 13 wickets in the 2021 season. And here, analyzing the action early as his team takes on the Orlando Galaxy later today. Coming to you at 2:30 p.m. Everett Dyer, he's left a big void for the likes of Terrence Hines, Kyle Phillip, and other seamers in this Lightning team to fill. Hines continuing. Starts down the leg side. He's someone that's able to generate pace off the surface. Goes a lot off the shoulders, Terrence Hines. Starts with a wide.
Not a lot through his run-up. Like you rightly said, those shoulders, he really gets his pace from there. And you'll see later in the innings, if this game goes deep, he'll come up and bowl those Yorkers at the end. He's pretty accurate with that. We were seeing Carey Pear warming up at the end of last over, but then he decided to bring Hines in. Probably looking at Vinod Kumar, the way he faces the quick deliveries.
Down the leg side again, another wide delivery. Yeah, I was making the point in the previous over about Carey Pear. Someone that's just so reliable at the top of the order, top of the innings really, with that newer ball. Carey Pear obviously has played in 10 T20 internationals, 3 ODIs. There he is, right of screen at mid-on. I'm surprised that Hanchard Hamilton hasn't thrown the ball to his experienced spinner, especially in the fact that you've got runs on the board. You need to take early wickets.
That's it, some keeping low, some bouncing. Here we go, Lightning. Some keeping low, some bouncing. Look how we sneaking in too good over there, boys. Look how we sneaking in too good over there, boys. Come on. Nice over there, come on.
Terrence Hines finally able to get one on the money. I think that's the optimum length that you want to hit as a seamer. We saw it in the first innings from Matthew Ford in that last over, where he was able to take 2 wickets. Jacobus Pena as well was very successful. Even as a spinner, he's much quicker through the air. You can almost refer to him as a seam bowler as well. But on that sort of length, a hard length, it's very hard, tough for batters to then try to score. Early on, you can see the plan from Terrence Hines. Kyle Phillip found a few deliveries that were on that length, similar length as well. Straight back over the bowler's head. Astonishing stroke from Kendaswamy. He's watched for a long time and finally one in his area where he can just get back to what he does so well, attack.
That's the problem the bowlers will have here at the Atlanta cricket fields. It's very difficult to stop the flow of runs. This was just in his half. He cleared his front leg. The area in the mind power play, remember, so there's only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard ring. Vinod Kumar carrying on that momentum that he gathered from the first over. Clearly likes the ball to be pitched up.
This time into the onside, but there is that lone fielder in the deep backward square region. Disappointed Sagar Patel that he wasn't able to keep that to just 1. You have such a small margin of error if you are a seamer. You want to aim for that 6 to 9 meter region on a good length. But if you miss that, as you saw in the previous delivery, Kendaswamy was so happy to go back over the bowler's head because you have that comfort of knowing that mid-on and mid-off are up in the circle.
Very difficult for the bowlers here, and I can see the outfield is quite quick as well, quite bumpy at places, so defending is not an easy task here at the Atlanta cricket fields. Lightning found that out when they allowed 193 to be chased down last week.
Full again, it's in the air, hasn't got it at all, and it's going to be a wicket, the first for the Atlanta Lightning, just what they needed. And it's Terrence Hines into the attack, who strikes.
Vinod Kumar's bright and breezy knock. He's looking at the bottom of his bat. Once again, he was looking to clear that mid-on fielder. Was up in the ring, hit the bottom of the bat, and went straight up in the air. Kerry Pierre was never going to drop that. He's one of the best fielders in this Atlanta Lightning side. But Vinod Kumar's knock has come to an end. He's gone for 22, 28 for 1.
Well, a crucial wicket for the Morrisville Raptors. They've lost one of their main run scorers as Sanjay Stanley comes to the middle. And what the Atlanta Lightning will also know, Shaw Faisal, when you look at this Morrisville Raptors team, they only have 3 run scorers who've crossed the 100-run mark in this season. That's Lahiro Melantha, who's at the other end, Jacobus Pena, who obviously got the 100 last weekend, and Kendaswamy, who's been dismissed. It now means that others have got to step up in that top order. Colin Archibald being another one, but of course Archibald absent from the team.
Stanley has always been mentioned in the top bracket when it comes to being a talented individual. It's about time he can convert this into some substance, really, because the Raptors really need a partnership here. 188 is a good enough total for the bowling side if you continue to take wickets. And the partnerships will be the key, and this is Stanley's job here. Stay with Lahiro Melantha.
Has gotten a few starts in this tournament, Sanjay Stanley, averaging over 25, but he's only batted 4 times in this 2022 minor league. Of course, presented by Sunoco. Again, finding that right length. He started a bit waywardly, Terrence Hines, in the first 2 deliveries, but found his rhythm and takes the crucial wicket, 28 for 1. Well, the action has just been so exciting. As this tournament has grown, it's just gotten better and better. Now we're on the business end with teams looking at those final 2 positions in each conference. The Raptors, the Lightning, and the Atlanta Fire in action later on today. 3 teams fighting for 2 spots in this Southern Division.
I was talking to Aman off air earlier on, and he reckons Morrisville need to go away with at least 1 victory on the road this weekend, and that will keep them in the hunt. But if they lose 2 here back-to-back this weekend, it'll really put them in a tough spot. So this is really crucial here. 2 Atlanta sides sitting pretty, but they can't slip up.
They've also had 2 no results, the Atlanta Lightning, so that could be crucial. Affected by rain. Kyle Phillip. Again, bounce. He's so troubling to face because of that excess bounce, especially here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields, that he's been able to generate. Terrence Hines in the last over, finding his rhythm. Just going full. The shot was on, mid-on up in the circle, but just didn't get it out the middle. And Carey Pear, he doesn't drop many. Don't think I've ever seen Carey Pear drop a catch in my life. One of the best fielders coming out of the West Indies. Pulls this, he takes on the short delivery, Malanta. Deep mid-wicket was there, but deep mid-wicket had no chance. This man packs the punch. Malanta, he's so experienced at the top of the order.
Kyle Phillip got a bit too predictable on that occasion. Play like Malanta was expecting that. You could see he was hanging back in there. Rode the bounce very nicely. Very solid connection. This is a good contest here now. This was the length that was troubling the batters, and now Malanta has got 1 away. What will Phillip do?
They've really relied on Lahir Malanta in this tournament. He's gone past the 250-run mark, averaging over 36, a strike rate of 145 at the top. Almost inside edges it onto his stumps. There's going to be more runs, 4 of them as well. Things going from bad to worse for Kyle Phillip. I wouldn't laugh about it. He's got to go and come again. Now back-to-back boundaries.
That smile would suggest that he's resigned to the fact this game is made for the batters. No luck whatsoever. Tight line, tight length. But that inside edge was enough to give Malanta another boundary. 10 of 2. And Phillip is under pressure.
Yeah, Lahir Malanta, 45 T20s, over 1,000 runs back in Sri Lanka. Mentioned that he's played at the 18 level. On the leg side, how often do we see this? You're under pressure as a bowler, trying to do too much overcorrection from Kyle Phillip. But just getting back to Malanta, Faisal Shah, an average in first-class cricket of over 44 tells you sort of the quality of the player. Yes, it's a white ball format, but still, you have to be good in Sri Lanka to succeed on those surfaces. A real treat to have him in this country and in this tournament.
You're absolutely right. The average of 44 in the longest format, which is the toughest format. If you can master that, you can make the transition.
Outside edge, cut down. Now is in with a chance at that short 3rd position. Kyle Phillip very disappointed. Could have had his first, and it could have been the crucial one of Malanta.
Gave himself too much room in the end. Could barely put bat to ball, and it did carry to backward point. Youngster has spilled that one, and could be a big opportunity because Atlanta Lightning definitely needed that breakthrough.
He's so good, Malanta, just so good at manipulating the field, especially in these first 6 overs, with just 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. It's a hard man to dismiss here, Malanta, especially when he's in this type of touch.
Showing his versatility as well. This time just using the pace, helping it on its way. That length has got predictable now from Phillip, and handled with ease by the experienced man. Another good over there.
15 runs from the over already, and the Morrisville Raptors have raced up to now past 11 runs per over. Carey Pear has got some thinking to do. Just trying to get his field right. Kyle Phillip. He's got a packed onside field, or offside field rather, with 4 inside the circle. Does have that deep mid-wicket field on the boundary. Following Kyle Phillip, you can see what Malanta is trying to do, even with the last boundary, trying to create room outside the off stump, give him arms to then hit through the line of the ball. So Kyle Phillip trying to combat that, following him, but just too wide. Chess game, this T20 format, especially in the first 6 overs.
Absolutely right. And also, the Lightning will be nervous with the situation because this is what exactly happened to them last week when big Raheem Cornwall and Stephen Taylor led the onslaught in the power play. And they had 69 runs in the first 6 overs, and that chase was done and dusted.
Full toss. Luckily, though, for Kyle Phillip, gets away with it. Straight to extra cover. But it's a big over for the Morrisville Raptors, taking some 16 runs from it. 44 for 1.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, तेरे घर लाने का। My son is so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
We waited for a long time to see him back into the attack. Carey Pear now looking for wickets, the Atlanta Lightning, because they would have remembered exactly what they saw and what they were able to produce. Hanshaw Hamilton and Sagar Patel put on 134 runs together. In a similar stage, they lost an early wicket in the very first over, but the way they were able to rebound, score freely, especially in the middle overs as well, helped them get up to that 188.
These T20 games can give you a template of what you need to do and what you don't need to do. And the first innings is a perfect example of that. Because Lightning will be thinking they need to do what Raptors did to them, curtail the momentum of the innings by taking wickets, and Raptors would know not to let Lightning back in the game with the ball. A slip in place for Carey Pear.
Richards cover doing good work. A lot of cricket happening around, of course, in the USA today. International cricket, West Indies taking on India, Fort Lauderdale. Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, of course. 2 semi-finals today. The women, been great to see Barbados. Oh, you can't keep us away, Shah Faisal. Even though we only won the 1 game, still great exposure.
It was just a matter of time before you mentioned that, Nikhil. I was dreading it all day.
Of course, Shah Faisal, I'm one love in the battle. Barbados against Pakistan.
That's what I'd say. I was dreading it. But hey, you have to admire and appreciate the celebrations. It was so refreshing to see the professional athletes just showing their emotions. Just purity of that was splendid.
Aerial, but just short of Jesse Bhutan. I can tell you what, he's a very hard taskmaster. Bhutan getting struck in the body, just giving 4 runs for his team, and the only thing Carey Pear could say is get up.
Because that's the standard he sets for himself, and he expects this from others as well. Talking about left-arm spinners in West Indies, Carey Pear being one of the very best. Come back to it. He's not the only one, because the likes of Akil Hussain, Fabian Allen, pretty much similar cricketers. Superb in the field, excellent bowlers, handy with the bat.
Also Gurukesh Moti, who was supposed to be here for the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers with his left-arm spin, but then, of course, got a West Indies call-up. Moving to the onside. Again, just a single. This is a good over for Carey Pear, just the one that the Lightning needed to sort of get a firm grip of things, because this game, going at over 11 runs and over the Raptors to start, was just slipping away, you think.
Carey Pear would need support, though. His 4 overs alone wouldn't be enough to stop this onslaught. And he'll be looking to some of his teammates to put their hand up and help him in the cause.
Much quicker this time from Pear, but an excellent over. Just 4 runs coming from it. 48 for 1, the Raptors.
48 for 1. It's a very, very good start. Talk about the role of Kerry Pierre in that bowling lineup. I was saying he would need support from his other teammates, because if Morrisville are smart about it, they can still allow themselves to take it easy against Kerry Pierre and not give him any wickets. They've got plenty of other options where they can make up ground.
Well, this is a very interesting move from the Atlanta Lightning captain. He's going back to Siddharth Mahtani inside the power play. Still 1 over remaining. We know the importance of these first 6 overs. When you have only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. Mahtani's already conceded 15 runs from the very first over. What is he working with? He's got 1 in the deep. On the offside. Sorry,
why would I let him stay in front for the one way if him jog it up?
and of course, the fielder at long on. So just 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Siddharth Mahtani. This is a bold call which could pay off. Bowling to the left-handed Milanta.
I was about to say that is this because the left-hander is on strike. Milanta has gotten hold of Carl Phillip as well. Just change that pace. News coming in from Birmingham that India has won the semi-final against the host England by 4 runs.
This is a chance of a wicket. This is why he's back into the attack. And it's put down by Jesse Bhutan. Really should have been taken. He's a man that holds a very high standard in the field.
He's normally a very, very good fielder, very quick mover with good hands. When it went in his direction, you could bet that he would take that catch. Just hard landing on his knees. And when he rolled over, the ball popped out of his hands.
That's exactly what the Lightning will want from Siddharth Mahtani, because it's much more flight than we saw in that first over. Also with the ball spinning away from Milanta. Able to have that long off in place. Almost exactly the blueprint to dismiss him, but the catch was not taken. He's got to come again. Excellent start. Much better over, much improved couple of overs from the Atlanta Lightning.
And like you mentioned a while ago, Nikhil, that cricket is a very funny game. Mahtani did bowl a bad first over, but his skipper showed a lot of confidence in him.
And this time he's got him though. Siddharth Mahtani, it's not Milanta, but it's Sanjay Stanley nonetheless. It's a wicket for the Atlanta Lightning. A dream comeback for him. After conceding 15 runs, he's back into the attack and he's got a wicket.
You have to give a lot of credit to the skipper as well for showing faith in him. And Mahtani has delivered the breakthrough that Atlanta Lightning definitely needed. Wickets will keep him in the game. Another disappointing show from Stanley. He's gone for 2. .49 for 1.
Still 3 deliveries remaining in this power play. Now, this is the pairing that the Lightning would have planned for. And would have known that this is the wickets that they need. Jacobus Pinar from the St. Louis Americans last year as a captain has come to the Morrisville Raptors and has had a good start to the season as well. 100 last week, the fastest 100 in minor league history. 38 deliveries for that 100. Boy, did he hit it to all parts.
He's a very experienced campaigner as well, and the kind of figure that will really calm the changing rooms once he's in the middle and in the groove. That air of relaxedness about his game would filter through to the rest of his teammates. That is so important at this stage.
Off the mark straight away, Pinar times it well as in the gap. Just raced to the boundary, didn't expect it to go. But Jacobus Pinar struck at 170 in this minor league. Boy, is he in good touch.
Just plays it very, very nicely. And it's downhill on that side of the ground. It runs very quickly there. See, once it hits the gap, the chase was in vain.
Faiza, I've heard that this Atlanta cricket field's outfield can be on the slower side, but I can tell you today, it's been lightning quick, pun intended. Pulls it into the onside that time, and it will be 4 more. So back-to-back boundaries coming for the Morrisville Raptors and Jacobus Pinar. This is the partnership that the Lightning must break if they want to win this game.
You'll make these 5 boundaries of Matani and all of the back foot. Short delivery once again. Previous one was outside the off time. This was wrong line as well. And Pinar, too experienced, too good a player to miss out on those.
Speaking of miss out, Faisal Shah, you missed out on my pun. Outfield lightning quick. Come on, man. You got to stay active. You got to keen listening needed.
Believe in yourself, man. I know you can do it.
A lot happening here, Nikhil. A lot happening.
You can do this.
I have to give that to you.
What a delivery, no step in place for Jacobus Pinar. Siddharth Matani, well, even though he's got a wicket, already had a drop catch in this over. Atlanta early in the over could have easily had 2. An excellent over, though, comes to an end for Matani. He gets the wicket, but concedes 10 runs. 59 for 2 after the power play. Neck and neck at the moment. After 6 overs, the Lightning were 46 for 1. Now the Morrisville Raptors 59 for 2.
Feels the wickets are the key, so with 2 wickets down, you call it correctly, Nikhil. It's neck to neck. Lightning are in the game if they can break through this partnership, especially the wicket of Pinar. As long as Pinar is there, he can guide this run chase. This is a very, very intriguing battle here between the 2 sides. We've seen some wonderful cricket today.
Kerry Pierre again. So good at bowling to his field. Jacobus Pinar on strike. And he's a man that the Atlanta Lightning will be eager to dismiss because he's got 100 last weekend. He's just come to the crease and been able to time it so well. That was the last over. In his very first 2 deliveries, he was able to strike 2 boundaries. Just the power. Long levers from South Africa, a man that you need to dismiss if you want to have a chance of winning this game. He has the ability, listen to this one, Shah Faisal, of being like a dinosaur. He's monstrous with his ball striking. I'm telling you, I'm on a roll today with the puns.
Man, this Atlanta is suiting you very much, Nikhil. You're on fire. Is that because that Barbados victory is really spurred on to new heights?
Quick single stolen by Pinar. But I think when you look around at the scenery of the Atlanta cricket field, so many trees, plants, greenery, so much oxygen for me, you know, to pump to my brain is why I'm just sharp with the puns.
You need to do something to keep you here then.
Back to the cricket though, Jacobus Pinar. What a knock that was though. That 100 he scored, just 38 deliveries last weekend. Which of course came against the Fort Lauderdale Lions where they posted 225. Oh, just beautiful, beautiful scenery here at the Atlanta cricket fields. The only thing that this ground is missing, Faisal Shah, which I know is coming very soon, is that turf pitch, which we're looking forward to have all around the United States.
I was talking to one of the owners of these fields earlier on, and there's a lot of plans in place.
Get him! Come!
For 2, and Pinar with his long strides will get there comfortably. Talking about these Atlanta cricket fields, Nikhil, there's plenty of plans that you'll see in the next months to come, especially you mentioned about the turf pitch. There's a players' pavilion also, and also the scoreboard is also part of the plans. A few new additions, very exciting additions coming up to these fields.
Short. Work to be done by Heath Richards at deep mid-wicket. Kerry Pierre has got to be one of the most vocal bowlers in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Wants every delivery by his team to be saved, looking for every run to be stopped. Such a hard taskmaster as the leader of this Lightning team. Good work done, though, by Heath Richards.
Talk about how quick this outfield is. You saw Richards so close to the boundary line. Fielders are not coming in hard. They want to protect as much area as they can as 7 overs are gone. Morrisville Raptors 66 for 2.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, this is the pair, make or break pair for the Morrisville Raptors, both passing the 200-run mark this season. Jacobus Pinar, well, we know what he's capable of doing. 444 runs in 2021, and he's already had a blistering start to the 2022 season, averaging 44.5. The bowlers, well, they've all been tried. Matani and Kyle Phillip up top were very expensive in their 2 overs apiece. Terry Peer trying to pull things back, leading his team from the front. It's going to be Heath Richards into the attack.
There's a lot of questions for the Atlanta Lightning skipper to find answers to. Because at this stage, Kerry Peer can bowl through the middle overs with control. Terrence Hines can finish strongly in the death overs. But what's in between? That's why this spell from Richards is very, very crucial. If he can bowl a good spell, that will really make it difficult for Morrisville.
He's come into this minor league known as a batting all-rounder, but he's done made most of his impact with his 7 wickets. Hasn't really been in the runs again today, not able to contribute for his team. Now outside of the power play, it'll be interesting to see how Milanta and Jacobus Pinar sort of go about this run chase. Heath Richards took 3 for 36 in a losing cause against the Atlanta Fire last weekend. You were here, Faisal Shah. What impressed you about him, the young man from South Africa?
Well, his temperament was pretty good because he bounced back from a bad Saturday where he made a good impact on Sunday as well. But his bowling in the middle overs, he wasn't creating much impact. He was good. He was lucky with the wickets, I have to admit that.
Pinar. Oh, this man is so stylish, so stylish. We're getting the full treat of this man's ability. Another boundary, his 3rd of the innings so far.
He's been slick. That's the word comes to mind. None of his boundaries. He was looking to force the issue. Just maintaining his shape and balance, using the pace.
Of course, this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco has brought players in from South Africa. It's a South African battle at the moment. Heath Richards up against Pinar. Jacobus Pinar, what a player though we have in this minor league. Just to watch him over the 2 seasons. He led the St. Louis Americans last season with both bat and ball, was standout in that Pacific Conference, now making the move to this already strong Morrisville team. And I think the reliance on Pinar and Milantha, by extension, has shown in these first 7 matches for the Morrisville Raptors. When you look at it last weekend, perfect example of Faisal Shah. Pinar getting runs, they got to 225. Later that day, both Milantha and Pinar not able to get any substantial total, and they struggled to chase 125 against the Orlando Galaxy team that's really struggled. It tells you sort of the responsibility on the shoulders of this pairing at the moment.
And also, if you look at the flip side of that, Atlanta Lightning should know that as well. They should be doing their utmost best to separate these two, because that can create an opening for them.
Straight up, hasn't got it, Milantha. And this time it's taken. He's already given a life by that man, Jesse Bhutan. But he makes wrong things right. And he takes a crucial catch to break this partnership. That is the one that the Lightning would have wanted.
Moment of redemption for the man from Trinidad and Tobago. Got underneath it and never looked like dropping it. Milantha was looking to force the issue. That extra bounce from Richards, hitting high on the bat. And it got no distance whatsoever, just outside the 30-yard ring. Jesse Bhutan takes the catch, and Milantha takes a walk back. 26 he made. Morrisville Raptors out 72 for 3.
Well, a huge wicket to break that partnership for the Atlanta Lightning. Someone else is going to have to step up. Jacobus Pina, of course, still there. Partnership worth 23 runs. Shivakumar Duvarapu, we saw take a wicket in the first innings. He's mostly known for his new ball exploits. Comes to the middle now. Does have the runs as well. A couple of starts for him. But they need something else. I mentioned earlier the fact that they've only had 4 scores over that 100-run mark. One of them, Colin Archibald, who's left with the team. So someone else is going to have to step up for this Raptors side today if they want to chase that 189.
What already worries me about this run chase is the constant fall of wickets. That would really hurt them. You don't want your big man to do everything. Somebody's got to support them, and that wicket came at the wrong time for Morrisville Raptors because Pinar has gotten away to a fantastic start. Milanta should have realized that. You just need to keep the big man company. With them two in the middle, that would have put Lightning under pressure. That is the case now when he's dismissed.
Very full. Just beats the man inside the circle. Terrence Hines is a good fielder, but he can't cut it off. And whatever Obas Pinar's touch has turned to gold in this inning so far. Worrying signs for the Atlanta Lightning.
Wrong line from Richards. But once again, if you look at Obas Pinar, he's just keeping his shape, just using the pace of the ball away from the fielder at 45. He's having boundaries for fun, but the loss of wicket would really be hurting him from inside.
Much better line this time from Richards with the 2 fielders in the offside. You want to be there. You want to be on the sort of on that 4th or 5th stump line to Obas Pinar. Such a strong player. End of 8, 77 for 3.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
1, 2, 3.
Gary Pear will come back into the attack. Of course, for this Atlanta Lightning team, Faisal Shah, a team that obviously is looking to make those playoffs, they're going to lose Gary Pear, Terrence Hines to that Caribbean Premier League. So that could be another big setback. A lot of teams in this tournament with big West Indian influences. You look around this conference, especially for the Raptors, where they've got in Matthew Ford, but he's going to be playing for the St. Lucia Kings. Later today, the Atlanta Fire, Raheem Cornwall. But the reason that Shivakumar is at the crease, Heath Richards in the last over, being able to take the wicket of Lahir Milanta. I just wonder, Faisal Shah, it's easier said than done when you need 9 runs and over. Could Milanta maybe just manage the risk a bit, bide your time, knowing the importance of that partnership?
Completely agree, Nikhil. Make a very good point. And being the experienced man, he'll be ruining the threat right now. Extra bounce there for Kerry Pear. The feature of his bowling is that he uses that off-stump line, but he varies his pace nicely with subtle variations in pace.
Well, even on turf surfaces, of course, this is a synthetic surface here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. He's not a big spinner of the ball, Kerry Pear. So even back in the Caribbean, he's known for the variance in pace, being able to push a few deliveries through a lot quicker. Just mixing it up so well with that newer ball. He's taken some toll, though, that ball in his hand. Small white ball because of the power of Obas Pinar. Wow, so close. Sometimes when you're in that purple patch, things just go your way. How common has it been where it's just inside edge that ball back onto the stumps?
You're right, absolutely right. On another day, it could easily have cannoned onto the stumps and would be the end of Pinar. He's in that purple patch right now.
And it just tells you sort of the importance of this wicket. Kerry Pear is one of the strike bowlers for this Atlanta Lightning team, and he's already bowling his 3rd over. He's gotten 10 wickets in this tournament, already into double figures. Taking a gamble here to try and get the wicket of Pinar. Reverse sweep. More runs. That might be the best of the lot from Obas Pinar. This is a blistering start from the tall South African.
And he hasn't broken a sweat yet. Once again, just using the pace of Kerry Pierre, just picked his option. A little bit of premeditation in that, but the execution was top-notch.
These are worrying signs for the Atlanta Lightning, because this is exactly the way he started in that 38-ball century just a week ago. He's a wicket taker, a born wicket taker, and he's taken a crucial one. That could be the one that they need to win this game.
An under edge and a splendid take behind the stumps by Hanchard Hamilton, who's been in scintillating form behind the stumps in this season, and catches an important one. Again, a subtle variation, change in pace, slightly slower. Pinar was falling away as he was looking to make contact, just the bottom edge. But excellent catch from Hamilton. Sees the back of a big man, and this is a big moment in the game. Jacob Pinar takes the long walk back.
Well, what Kerry Pierre did so well, just push it much wider. Pinar, crucial wicket, gone for 28. 83, now for 4. Bolisetti coming to the middle. With a huge job for the young man to do for his team. He's been known to finish innings off. He's won a couple of games for this Raptors team, but still some 106 runs needed for victory.
Somebody needs to find Aman Patel. He'll be nervous as anything with all these wickets falling.
Well, Faisal Shah, if you look at the just meticulous bowling from Kerry Pierre, he was just struck for a boundary in the previous delivery, pushes this one much wider, and it was just slow. Pinar had to wait on it, didn't get close. Under edge, and an excellent catch from Hanchard Hamilton. It's what you expect from your big signings, your overseas players who you've brought in to make a difference. Boy, has he done that, Kerry Pierre. So Shiva Kumar Duvarapu now as a senior man has got to take on sort of the mantle of the scoring.
And that was indeed a telling blow. And the contest won by Kerry Pierre. His experience, his guile was too much, even for very experienced and informed Jacob Pinar. And that is the sort of cricket you see in these Toyota Minor League Championships. Quality against quality, and there's no shame in coming second best.
Yes, but because of our global partners we've had on board, the likes of Toyota, of course, sponsor, presenting sponsors Sunoco and Dafa News, those three have been huge in getting this show on the road. And of course, our premium coverage here on Willow TV and the MLC Network, being able to bring the action to the fans at home. But not only just the action, Faisal Shah, the ability to analyze with the use of replays, to actually get a glimpse of sort of what's happening out in the middle when you hear the stump mics. Look at this slow motion. You can see exactly the length of where the ball pitches, and the take, icing on the cake.
This is splendid cricket and excellent coverage as well. You could see the plan and the execution right in front of your eyes.
Good delivery. It's all about that length from Heath Richards. He's just found it in these first 9 deliveries he's bowled.
And Nikhil, the points you made and the dismissal of Kerry Pierre like we saw in this one again. Once again, you can clearly see what is the plan of the bowler. Look at that bounce, went over the top of the batters. Excellent pictures also to illustrate what's the final points of the game that has been exhibited by some of these high-class professionals.
He's connected well with that. And you get it in the gap as well, through extra cover. Not an easy shot to play, especially to open up your account. Bolisetti will be very happy with that off the middle of the bat straight away.
He's been in good form, always talked very highly, and this is a shot of very highest order. Over extra cover, the lofted drive, one of the most pleasing strokes in cricket. And Bolisetti got it away early doors in his innings. Should give him a lot of confidence.
He's a very young man, Abhiram Bolisetti. under 19 player for this Morrisville Raptors. It's a young unit that they have. 3 under 21 players. Of course, they also got Aditya Padala, who we saw with the ball in hand. Sanjay Stanley, who's been dismissed. So a lot of youth. Also, when you look at Rohan Padke, who's not playing today, and Aditya Gupta, who's injured. One of the youngest teams in this minor league tournament. It's what we want to see, the youngsters coming through.
And what's the best part about it, you can see them grow, because when we saw them last year, they were pretty raw, talented, but this year you could see they're coming to the fore a little bit more, playing more central roles in their teams. And this was meant to be the purpose of this domestic competition, and you can see that happening in front of your eyes.
Again, picks it up, but finds the man. And it's another wicket. They're just tumbling at the moment for the Morrisville Raptors. 2-2. And more trouble brewing. The Atlanta Lightning well on top at this stage.
These fall of wickets can derail any run chase, and despite a solid platform, 3 wickets have fallen very quickly in the recent times, and that will allow Atlanta Lightning to make a solid comeback in this game. That's exactly what they needed. Clean hands in the field, good discipline with the ball, and they're reaping the rewards.
Yeah, it just went back to that length. This time, though, it was straight. The shot was on, but those big square boundaries, how often have we seen teams try just to prize the wicket of batters hitting into those square boundaries? Bolisetti gone for 4, 89 for 5 now. Captain Dane Pete walks to the middle. In at number 6. Very early for him to be at the crease. But he's come in now with a big responsibility. His team's still needing 100 runs.
Probably he's there to stop the rot. There's just about enough time for them to consolidate for an over or so and not allow any wickets. And then reassess that how hard they need to go in the last 6 or 7 overs. That's the key part of the run chase, to build partnerships, and they failed to do that.
Off the mark, straight away, Dane Pete. Just one. Keith Richards, though, 2nd wicket for him. Mentioned the 3 last weekend. And not only 2 wickets, but 2 crucial wickets. One of Lahir Milanta, 2nd top scorer for this Raptors team. And then, of course, Abhiram Bolisetti, who had already struck a boundary and was showing that he could be a difference maker with his boundary striking. End of the 10th over. Wicket coming from it. 90 for 5. Well, a familiar sight for the Morrisville Raptors as things just go from bad to worse. Couple of starts for their batters, but the 2 main run scorers, Pinar and Milanta, in the hutch. The Atlanta Lightning, you can see by the body language, well on top of things here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. And those red towers at one stage were well past the blue. All of a sudden, a couple quiet overs have brought the Lightning team back into this game. Kerry Pear with his left arm spin. Final over for him. He took the crucial wicket of Pinar. It's interesting to see now the way that this Pear goes about things. I say familiar sight for this Raptors team because just last weekend in that losing cause against the Galaxy, when they just had to chase 125, they were 58 for 3 after 6 overs, the Morrisville Raptors. That's almost half the runs that they needed to chase. And then lost 7 wickets for just 61 runs. And it meant that they would come up short by 5 runs in the end. Today, though, with 189 runs needed, they've already lost 5 wickets. And who better to talk about this run chase than the man from Morrisville himself, Aman Patel.
Yeah, again, got off to a brilliant start, the Morrisville Raptors, but since that initial period from Obis PNR and Hiru Malanta, Vinod Kumar Kandaswamy. It's been all the Atlanta Lightning with the way they've come back in the wickets. And again, I think for the Morrisville Raptors, they just felt a bit short in the batting lineup. They felt like they haven't quite got that middle linchpin batter. They have a lot of big hitters in that middle order. There's no one who can come in and just stabilize.
Well, Matthew Ford still to come for to cover. You can see though, it seems to be a pretty relaxed lineup dugout for the Morrisville Raptors. Matthew Ford, left of screen, Jacobus Pinar, flexing the guns in a good summer day in Atlanta. No. Many would not have seen a lot of Matthew Ford. Run out chance at the bowler's end. Direct hit could have been very interesting. So Lightning asking the right questions at the moment.
You can just take a look at this. Some top balls, building that pressure. Trying to take a quick single.
Would have been going by a long way, but an excellent bowling spell. Even though he's only picked up 1 wicket, carry pair, he's kept the run scoring to a minimum and he's built pressure at the right times. End of 11, 95 for 5.
1, 2, 3.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
The captain, Dane Pete, all on his shoulders to make a difference. He's joined us in commentary a bit later on. You don't want to miss that. Later today's game, the Atlanta Fire up against the Galaxy. It'd be real good to pick the brain of one of the skippers in this tournament. Aryan Patel, one of the under-21 players coming into the attack for, actually under 19 player coming into the attack for the Lightning. I was making the point in the previous over though, Aman, many people won't know the exploits of Matthew Ford. He's still to come. I'm surprised though that Dane Pete hasn't sent him before him, because he's a man that's come into this in real good form from Barbados, the Super Cup competition. I'll speak a bit more on him when he comes to the crease and comes to the middle, but he's an exciting player to watch. We already saw him pick up 2 wickets in the first innings with the ball in hand.
And right now with the ball in hand is Aryan Patel, under 19 from Atlanta.
And Dane Pete unable to beat that infield. You can see though straight away Patel going to that shorter length outside the off stump, where it's much harder to score. We've already seen the wicket of Obas Pinar come from that similar line and length on a 4th or 5th stump and towards that 6 to 9 meter range.
Yeah, Aryan's played a lot of cricket in Atlanta. I got the pleasure of watching him in some of the MIC junior championships, and again, very smart bowler, hits it on a length.
Again down the ground. I want to spend some time on that Aman Patel, because I found it was such a fantastic initiative put on by the MLC to have an actual minor league youth tournament. Saw Ali Sheikh get 100 yesterday. It's been so great to have the youth involved, not only in these games where you must play an under 21 and a 19 player, but also to have them, you know, leading, captaining teams in tight situations against one another. It's been excellent. He gets this one out the middle of the bat and he times it well. Has the legs to go all the way for 6. Boy, do they need that and much more.
Has the power to do this. Siva Kumar Duavarapu, someone who can, if he gets it off the middle of the bat, can get it to go. Picked up on the length. You can just see stand and deliver that one. A much needed boundary for the Morrisville Raptors. Pressure just building. This kind of takes a little bit of the ease into it.
100 comes up with that stroke as well. So Shiva Kumar Duavarapu would have seen 2 wickets go down at the other end. Just watched for a long time, but now can he will his team to a good position. That run rate, because of the hard work they've done inside the first 6, is still standing at just over 8.5 runs per over. Slow delivery, excellent change of pace from Aryan Patel. And you see a youngster coming back in a tight situation. I mentioned the importance of the MLCU tournament. I'm sure you have seen that.
Yeah, we saw it a lot down there in Prairie View, Texas, where they played those matches, and you get to see all these youngsters get the experience of playing under pressure. And again, this delivery, it just comes out of confidence in yourself. You're confident that you can bowl that slower one. You've tested it in matches, and that's the beauty of minor league cricket, and that youth championship is giving all these guys a little bit of experience.
Deception in his stroke making, because he's just so easy on the eye, Shiva Kumar Duvarapu. But now in 2 strokes, he's showing the power that he possesses. Big over, just the one that the Raptors needed at this stage.
More known for what he can do with the ball, but right now punishing the balls that are coming to him. This one short, wide, and he was just able to push it over the top. And again, the power, the timing on full display for Shiva Kumar Duvarapu. And now puts Aryan Patel under a little bit more pressure.
Aryan Patel, the youngster, under-19 player, he's got a tight situation now. To Shiva Kumar Duvarapu, I think it's probably been a bit predictable on that length, knowing that he's trying to find that shorter to good length region. But it's been all about the line, because anytime he's been straight, it's been a struggle to score. When he was too short and wide, we saw a much easier approach from Duvarapu. End of the 12th over, 109 for 5.
Come lads, come lads, come lads.
Still 8 overs remain. This game is going down nicely, and you would think if they just had maybe 2 more wickets in hand, different game for the Raptors. 80 needed from 8, and it's because of the hard work that they've done in the first 6, getting to 59 in the first 6 overs. There's a similar story for the Lightning, who struggled at top with Philip and Siddharth Matani, but he's come back well. Harry Pierre with a brilliant 4 overs, being able to pull this game back, taking the crucial wicket of Jacob Espinar. If you haven't joined us here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields, you want to come down and be part of the action, be part of the atmosphere. As the day goes on, just picturesque scenes. Lovely day for cricket. And of course, we've got more action coming to you this afternoon. The Fire and the other Atlanta home teams taking on the Orlando Galaxy. We've traveled on this eastern side of things.
We're going to see Terrence Hines back into the attack. Just bowled the 1 over, took a wicket in that over as well. And keeps things nice and straight and very consistent. Be looking for his 2nd wicket of the day.
Goes Yorker length straight away, Terrence Hines. But more importantly is about the line. Even if he misses his length from that region, he's at the body. Sort of a skiddy, sort of tight bowler to Terrence Hines. Tough to hit. First one went for 8, but he got the crucial wicket.
Again, just take a look at that Yorker. It's just brilliant stuff there. And like you said, even if you missed that Yorker length from that line, it's just hard to put anything away for any bat here today. And for Shiva Kumar Duvarapu, who's been good anything wide, and he's been given room. This one right on stumps, nowhere for him to free his hands.
Excellent line, run out chance. Another chance for the Lightning had he hit direct. Could have been very interesting, Terrence Hines. Another let off for the Morrisville Raptors.
That's what the pressure does. Again, there's really nowhere to go. Hit straight down, went straight up, and Dane Pete was thinking about it. Shiva was never interested. Let's just take a look. Again, it looked close, and had he hit, he would have been well short of his crease there. And we've seen a couple of these opportunities, missed opportunities from the Lightning so far, just giving the Raptors a little bit of life.
I think you're seeing the difference between the two innings. Even though they had a slow end to the innings, a slow finish in the last 5 overs, the Atlanta Lightning get back to that after this delivery. In the air, there was just half chance of a catch by Jesse Boutin down at long on, but doesn't carry. Yeah, the last 5 overs, they lost 5 wickets, the Lightning, but in the middle overs, in that big partnership, they were able to score at 10 runs and over between overs 6 and 15. That's not common for teams in T20 cricket. You tend to see teams go big at the beginning and at the end. But the Lightning, because of that big partnership, were able to continue the scoring and help them get up past that 185 mark. So the Morrisville Raptors will know exactly what they need to do if they want to chase. This is a very manageable position at just 10 runs and over needed. Another good Yorker executed by Terrence Hines. And especially knowing, Aman, that you have the power of Matthew Ford. You've got Kiran Saravan Kumar. Kadala can hit the ball as well.
Yeah, again, these are crucial overs here just to keep the pressure on. You want to bring those guys out into the middle with 12 runs required and just keep the pressure on them from the very beginning. Going back to the Lightning, they were at least getting a boundary every single over from the get-go. And when in the middle, you're able to get that one boundary. Even the overs that started for just 2 runs off 4 deliveries, that one boundary just makes it a big over for you. And the Raptors unable to replicate that so far here in the middle period.
It'll just be a single. So a good over so far from Hines. He's just conceded 4. When you need to score at 10 runs and over, there's only one direction that required runner is going to be going, and that's up. But he's got to finish well, Terrence Hines. If he can get out of this over without conceding a boundary, it's an excellent result for the Lightning. He's still got 2 overs after this. It's been an interesting start to the tournament for Hines. Today was the real first day he contributed with the bat in hand. 8 wickets though with the ball, so he's been that go-to man for the Lightning when they need wickets. That's the one thing about this Lightning team. You don't see one person taking a big amount of wickets. They've spread it across their options. Kyle Phillip, Carey Pear, Terrence Hines. Stand and deliver out of the top drawer. And he just mentioned the importance of closing out the over well. He does exactly the opposite of it. And Shiva Kumar well underway here with another start for his team. End of 13, 119 for 5. Well, this 4 matches over this course of the weekend, so important to this Southern Division. The Atlanta Lightning, Atlanta Fire staying there at top. You can see the Raptors, they've got 2 games in hand on the Lightning. They can come away with at least 1 win this weekend. Aman, you think they'll be in good stead to qualify for those last 2 places.
You need to find a way to get a win here. Again, have games back at Church Street Park, but you don't want to save it to the final week. If you can get 1 of 2 wins, you tied the Atlanta Fire at 13 points, and assuming that the Fire aren't able to win any games here, then you would be right there in 2nd place with games left in hand. It's a big weekend for the Raptors, and for the Lightning, they can basically clinch a spot by winning 2 games. They go out there, they clinch a spot into the Southern Division and make the Fire and Raptors duel it out back at Church Street Park.
Another man that's been in the wickets, Heath Richards. Comes back into the attack.
6 balls out. 6 good. Not good.
Dan Pete, the captain, has been quiet, but he's done well just to support Shiva Kumar Duvarapu because he's just struck the ball so well in his 25. Boy, does he hit it a long way. I don't know him for his bowling exploits, but he's showing now that he's more than capable to be that all-rounder that his team so desperately needs. For Dan Pete, how does he play this situation?
I think for him, it's just about getting those singles away. If there's a bad ball, put it. I think you're going to see him take more of a backseat to Shiva Kumar.
And there's just that. And again, you need 70 from 7. So even though you have to score at 10 runs and over, that's really 1 boundary and over. If you can run well between the wickets, you know both these batters in the middle have a good understanding. We've seen them already show that bit of impetus to run 2s. It's a big outfield sort of square. You can get that 10 runs and over without taking too many risks. Just got to manage the game properly. I thought that's what Lahir Milanta would be disappointed he wasn't able to do at a time where he was in a partnership worth 23 runs with Obas Pinar. Just needed to stay there, take the game deep.
Yeah, I think that's really been the struggle for the Raptors, just taking the game deep. And that's what Colin Archibald has been so good for them all year.
To cover as well, Aryan Patel, just to save that 1 run. Yeah, you mentioned Colin Archibald. He's been a real good performer for them in the 7 games that he played. Man from the West Indies, 124 runs, just one of 4 batters to cross the 100-run mark, but also was in the wickets as well for his team. 6 wickets he picked up. But he's now been replaced with Matthew Ford, a very capable all-rounder who already picked up 2 wickets earlier today and will probably come into bat next. You think, though, I think if this Morrisville team can leave 50 runs to be scored in the last 5, Aman, even with 5 wickets down, and the fact that they've struggled with the low order, having the power of 4 to come, I think they're in real good stead to pick up a win here.
We'll just ease the pressure. Again, just want to continue to find runs and take the game deep. Matthew Ford to come. I think that's really your last recognized bat. The others, if you can maybe just strike the ball around, but you're going to want it to be Pete, Sivakumar, Matthew Ford at the end.
Has Dan Pete got it? Has he got it? Man in the deep, Bhutan, no chance. The timing off the middle of the bat from Dan Pete. And that's what momentum does. When you're seeing balls striking at one end, it helps when you're at the other.
Got onto the length quickly, this from Heath Richards. Got onto the front foot quickly, and again, just got plenty of it. It looked for a moment that Bhutan had an opportunity in the deep, but had already taken a step over before he started his leap. 6 more for the Morrisville Raptors and to the captain.
Well, we know that this Lightning team have struggled to defend runs in this tournament. Last weekend, they had 193 on the board and they lost that game against the Atlanta Fire. Today with 189, so far so good for the Raptors, even after losing early wickets. This partnership developing really nicely. Look at the games that they lost. Aman Patel, of course, batting first today. They've been really strong, 5 out of 6 batting first, but when they've had to bat second, they've struggled in this tournament. This time, though, hasn't quite got it. Easy catch, easily taken. Mark Parchman is not a man you want to find, and just when the Raptors were well in control of this situation, it's another wicket, and the game takes another twist.
The inability to hold your wicket for the Morrisville Raptors continues to plague them. Sivakumar just looking to play a similar shot to what Dane Pete did earlier, but all he could do, hit it straight up into the air and find Mark Parchman in the deep. 128 for the loss of 6.
Was that necessary is what Sivakumar Duvarapu will be asking himself. 26 from 15 deliveries, a good knock for him, but not taking the game to the end. 61 more needed. They've got to go at just under 10 runs and over. They had already taken 8 from the over. Sorry, make that 9. Just wonder, could they have played the situation a bit better? Matthew Ford, though, with his power, comes to the middle. The man that was in the wickets and runs last season, represented the Michigan Cricket Stars. Matthew Ford picked up 20 wickets. He's the first man to take a hat-trick in minor league history, and also got to 139 runs, struck at 190. So if those numbers, if you're at home and you've never heard of the name Matthew Ford, 190 strike rate is something to go by. Interesting, though, to see how he plays this situation. 6 overs remain. He has time. He can get in, knowing that Dane Pete at the other end has got to start, build a platform for 12 deliveries.
And that's going to be the key again. You're going to want these 2 bats in the middle. If you're the Morrisville Raptors, and if you're Heath Richards, could you see 1 more wicket out and put yourself well ahead of the game?
Richards has quickly picked up his 3rd. He just snuck to 3 in the wickets column. And again, last weekend, they tried to attack him. He picked up 3. Here again, picking up 3 for his team. thinking about 2.
Shit! Shit!
Sitting back in the end, smartly. Well, that will end the over in the 14, 1-2-9 for 6. Well, it's really up to these two for the Morrisville Raptors. Matthew Ford, Dane Pete. Again, they'll be disappointed. 4 batters getting into the 20s for the Raptors, but just no one able to kick on. Real contrast to what we saw in the first innings, where it was all the top order for the Atlanta Lightning. 134 runs put on in terms of the second wicket partnership, sorry. But then after that, nothing else in the last 5 overs. This is the last wicket to go. Shiva Kumara Duvarapu looking to go probably one too many in the end, and finding Mark Parchment, a man that doesn't drop many. Fitting has been good, and pretty high standard between the two teams.
Yeah, we saw the Morrisville Raptors along the boundary saving some runs. Dane Pete with a phenomenal catch at long off, and for the Atlanta Lightning got off to a rocky start, but since the 2 drops, they've been absolutely solid.
Goes full again. Dane Pete though picks out extra cover. The grunt because he's disappointed. He thought that ball was there to be hit. There is a long off in place, but a long off, it's very straight. So if he just beat that man extra cover a meter to his left or right, would have had a boundary. So outfield so quick on that side of things. The field, sorry.
And he's just struggling to find that gap. That's the 3rd time we've seen him hit to that same fielder.
Over point, very stylish. There is protection in the deep. Just be another single. Good start to the over by Hines, which saw this in the last over he bowled. Conceded 4 from his first 5 deliveries, and then a maximum to end. Now, this is the battle, because many will remember in the first innings, Matthew Ford bowled an over to Terrence Hines, which went for 21 runs. But now Matthew Ford has got his chance.
This will be Matthew Ford's first innings in this 2022 Minor League Cricket Championship. And again, what can he do? Last year, struck at 190.
Will be leg buys. Direct hit could have been close again. The Lightning have had at least 2 opportunities to inflict a run out with a direct hit and have it easy though.
You can see Dane Pete though, the awareness from him. Perfect Yorker dug in from Terrence Hines, and Dane Pete straight away wanted it. Matthew Ford, he responds quickly, but like you said, direct hit would have been awfully close, and probably this would be a great angle at it.
Yeah, just got home in the end. Touch and go stuff. Luckily for him, he's still there. Matthew Ford, not a way you want to start your minor league account by just opening up without adding to the scores. Heaves it into the onside. Dane Pete, he's not a man known for his batting exploits, but he's playing some scintillating shots at the Atlanta cricket fields here today.
Anytime he's been given width, he's taking advantage of it. Knows Hines is going to go on a length. And you can see it here, was on the back foot quick. Just stand in, deliver, pick the gap, and picked it all the way for 6.
I'm real surprised to see Terrence Hines go away from that Yorker length that has worked so well for him. Matthew Ford just getting those arms ready. Engaged, looking to go big for his team. 52 still needed. He's got to manage that aggression. That will be the key. Many might not know the name Matthew Ford, but he's a very respected youngster coming out of Barbados. Playing at the Under-19 World Cup for the West Indies just a couple of years ago. He's very respected. He comes into this tournament in red-hot form. He just played in the Super Cup in Barbados, a 50-over tournament, an average over 85. Just hit 100 a couple of weeks ago. I watched it. Blistering, 134 not out from 65 deliveries for his University of the West Indies. Great to see him in action here in the United States. Again, that Yorker length, when he goes to it, Terrence Hines, he's just been so consistent, so tough to score from. Nonetheless, though, the maximum, but just 2 other runs from it. 8 from it, 137 for 6.
My son is so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Kyle Phillip will come back into the attack. 2 overs up front were very expensive. But now he does have a protection of 5 fielders outside the circle. Still 5 overs remaining now. Aman, the key thing here in the first innings, the Lightning, this is the stage where they lost their way. After 15 overs, they're neck and neck, the two teams. After 15 overs, the Lightning were 139 for 2. Now the Raptors 137, but for 6.
Like you said, a key phase in the game here, and Kyle Phillip, who was expensive early, I think got a touch unlucky. He's going to need to keep these towers down. As you take a look at the Manhattan, just the 1 big over in the last 5 for the Atlanta Lightning. The Morrisville Raptors would hope to have more consistent skyline there, right around 10 runs and over.
Stylish from Ford. I mentioned the red hot form that he's in. I thought it was going for 4, but it's excellently stopped at the boundary. It'll just be 2 runs. Thought that had the legs on it to go all the way for 4. Excellent by the Lightning, who are a team that takes so much pride in their fielding.
Yeah, short, wide, and just easy for Matthew Ford to get it away. You're going to feel disappointed that he wasn't able to get it all the way for 4. But for Kyle Phillip, you can't be on that line on any length, really, except the Yorker. Gotta get back closer to stumps.
See Kyle Phillip already going to that shorter delivery to Ford. They're testing him. Those big square boundaries, wanting to strike the ball in that area. Goes again, this time same area, similar region. Just be a single.
You can hear Dane Pete on the stump mics saying no. Matthew Ford was interested in that second.
Of course, in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. Boy, do they need the fuel to finish this innings off with 49 runs needed. Slower delivery, but the line was completely wrong. Surprised Dane Pete didn't try to cash in on that. Extremely wayward. We have seen this from Kyle Phillip be a problem. The extras. Last weekend, he went for 50 runs against the Fire.
Yeah, a lot of pace on him, but sometimes just a little bit wavered. And you saw just stopping in, try the slower one. Just doing it well offline.
There again. So the wheels just coming off for the Atlanta Lightning. I credit Dane Pete, though, because when he walked in to bat at number 6, I just wondered, maybe a case of the captain, you know, giving himself some early batting, but he's proven himself here. He's trying to go for that delivery where he rolls his fingers over at Kyle Phillip, but direction wrong. The innings that Dane Pete has played here is just controlled aggression in his first 18 deliveries. 3rd wide in a row.
He's trying to go quick, but trying to go on a length, and we saw him last week struggle against the Fire. Like you said, gave up 50 runs, was frustrated. Wickets didn't fall for him. This time again, just trying to go back of a length and angle it in, but angles it too far, and he's gone with a different angle now. He's going right arm around the wicket after some wide drifting down the leg side.
Wide on the chalk for Kyle Phillip, even after coming around the wicket. You can see all of a sudden 7 runs have come from the first 2 deliveries, and that asking rate has come down tremendously.
And you can see the angle off the wrist. It's always pointing towards leg slip. And to start that one on off stump from the angle he's at. And because even at this late stage of the game, you can still see a little bit of nip off the surface for him. And just take a look.
That is brilliant. That is brilliant from our team, production crew. Oh, this is amazing in this premium coverage. Willow TV and the MLC Network. Just had to be a danger. 3 deliveries remaining in the over. Already got 7 runs from it. 144 for 6. Aman Patel, come on, the Morrisville man. Where's your money at?
I can't go against the hometown team, Nikhil. I think that I wouldn't have a place to go back to in Morrisville if I picked the Lightning at this stage. Again, if these two are in the middle for the next 5 overs, I think you're going to like the Morrisville Raptors' chances.
Always the dangers, bowling around the wicket to the right-hander. You give him that extra bit of width. And Pete, this has been a stellar innings from the captain. Matthew Ford at the other end, very capable. Last season mentioned that 190 strike rate. Was real surprised as well that the Michigan Cricket Stars didn't retain him for this upcoming season. First game for him in the 7th week. Matthew Ford definitely showed his all-round ability, taking 20 wickets, a hat-trick last season for that team. Already picked up 2 earlier today in the final over of this game. He's got a job to do with the bat in hand. Now hasn't quite got it out the middle of the bat. Is it a wicket for Kyle Phillip? He stands, he waits, and is put down by Carrie Pear. You know the wind and the difficulty when the ball goes that high up in the air. Kyle Phillip thought he had his man.
That one just kept sailing on Carrie Pierre, nowhere near the middle of the bat here. From Matthew Ford, trying to go straight back over the top. And Pierre, he was in a hurry, trying to walk all the way back. Just can never get his into position. Goes over the top of his head, and Matthew Ford, he survives. They also get 2 runs off of that as well. Valuable runs for the Raptors.
Goes pace off this time. And this time he's taken and gets the send-off from Kyle Phillip as well. Matthew Ford looking to take on the onside. Jesse Bhutan taking another good catch. Goes pace off and it ends an eventful over. 9 runs and a wicket.
Roll the fingers over this one. Matthew Ford trying to take it into the leg side. All they could do, got the safe hands of Bhutan, who since the initial drop made no mistakes out there in the deep.
Ford going for 5. 147 for 7. Of course, many would have seen the news earlier this week that the finals weekend officially back at Church Street Park. A place that you know very well. What a fantastic facility for cricket. Can't wait to be going there as the premium coverage rolls on next weekend. We'll be there. So excited. Boy, one of the best cricketing venues I've ever been to. Particularly Jagadish comes to the middle, the leg spinner. Boy, does he have a role to play with the bat. Because they're still 42 runs away, and they need it in 4 overs, quick time as well.
Yeah, Karthikeya Jagadish, not known for what he can do with the bat, but can come in, likes to play the shots down the ground. Again, he's going to need to stick in with Dane Pete here and just play a supportive innings. You still have guys like Kiran Savarnakumar, Aditya Badala to come, but if you're the Morrisville Raptors, you don't want to empty the dugout.
The way that Dane Pete has come to the middle now, this Morrisville Raptors team, they need someone to fuel this innings, fuel it like Sunoco to close things off. 42 runs away, need to go at just over 10 and over. Of course, you can catch all the news, even the news of the finals weekend being back in Morrisville on Dafa News. All the coverage, not only from the minor league, but globally. Great news platform. You don't want to miss. You don't miss anything when you read Dafa News daily outputs. Here is the wicket again. Kyle Phillips, slower delivery. And just setting Matthew Ford up, knowing that Jesse Bhutan on that cow corner boundary. Did well in the end, Bhutan, to take a good catch. If you're the captain, though, of the Lightning team, you look at the overs remaining. Aman, one from Kyle Phillips. He's gone over 10 runs and over. This is Terrence Hines' last. Heath Richards also has one. Have a couple overs to make up. Aryan Patel has just bowled one. He's a young man. He's got some interesting decisions to make. Carey Peer.
Yeah, you have to imagine Heath Richards gets an over. Then the other over, does he go to Siddharth Mathani? Does he go to Kyle Phillip, who's been expensive? Does he try the youngster?
Dan Peake, so much relying on his shoulders as the captain. Are you kind of surprised that Carey Peer has gone to Hines? Terrence Hines, you think at this stage, probably is your strike bowler. Could he have maybe been saved for that penultimate over? He's going to take the gamble now, looking for that one more wicket, sort of that would probably, you think, put the game in the favor of the Atlanta Lightning. We saw it earlier from him where he bowled himself, Carey Peer, and got the wicket of Jacobus Pinar, both his 4 overs on the trot.
And I think that is the ploy. He's looking for that wicket. He doesn't want to take the game deep. Wants to end it now.
Who is the call straight away from Jagadish? Just be a single though, so excellent death bowling from Terrence Hines. He's gone to the Yorker pretty much from the very first over he bowled back at the 3rd over. Where even though he went for 12 runs, he was able to pick up a crucial wicket.
And here's the thing, if you're the Morrisville Raptors fan base who's just sitting here thinking Hines is bowling an incredible over, it's the remaining overs that are going to be the questions. Kyle Phillip, been expensive. Can he contain the runs? Do they go to Aryan Patel? Do they go to Siddharth Mathani? Just questions after Terrence Hines.
Got over so far, just 3 singles and a dot from Terrence Hines. Full toss, hasn't quite got it, Dane Pete in the gap. Again, the Lightning so good in the infield, saving that another certain boundary, Sagar Patel. We saw about 4 boundaries being saved by the Morrisville Raptors, and here again by the Lightning, showing that they too can be lightning quick.
Yeah, this one racing away towards the boundary, but Sagar Patel made room quickly, got low, got his hands low, and then keeps it and saves 2 runs. Every run matters here at the Atlanta Cricket Field. We've seen any score defendable, chaseable. So you got to do all your work in the field.
Hold that pose. Dane Pete, the captain, boy has he been in some touch, known for his bowling, but changed that title to all-rounder after this performance. Moves into the 30s and a great way to end the over.
Look at this shot here, just stand and deliver once again, some width on offer. Helps it over the top of that cover region. That's 4 more to end the over. At the end of 17, 156 for the loss of 7.
They've just been able to pick up boundaries with great regularity, this Morrisville Raptors team, because of the captain, and it's another start, the 5th start they've gotten in this batting display. But can he be the one that goes big for his team, takes the game deep? 33 needed from 3 overs. They've got to go at 11 and over with just 3 wickets in hand. But you think the bulk of the scoring has got to be done by Dane Pete.
And for the Lightning, where do you go with the ball? You look at the bowling scorecard. Siddharth Mathani, he has overs left. Kyle Phillip has overs left. Heath Richards, you had to expect him to bowl 1. And Aryan Patel with overs. If you're the captain, Carey Pierre, where do you go? You have 3 overs to be bowled. You can get 2 from Siddharth Mathani if you want it. You can get 2 across Kyle Phillip and Heath Richards. Where do you go here? That's going to be the question for Carey Pierre.
Well, Heath Richards now bowling this 18th over, and it means that Carey Pierre is going for the kill, because after this he's got Kyle Phillip and someone else to make up 2 overs. But Phillip has been on the expensive side of things today. Keith Richards, who's picked up 3 wickets, got a decent clip as well. Just conceded over 8 runs for over. When you think about the wicket taker that he is, you don't mind that as a captain. Can he prize one more for his team? The wicket of the captain, Dane Pete, at the other end. Jagadish is going aerial. There is a man in the deep, 2 men in the deep. And he's taken. Cassius Burton completes the catch. Not the result that the Morrisville Raptors would have been looking for. Because it means now that an 8th wicket goes down and Dane Pete stranded at the other end.
There's not a need for that shot there from Karthikeya Jagadish. Just needed to get a single, get off strike. And Keith Richards, we've called him a wicket taker. He does exactly that. Karthikeya just looking to take it over the leg side, over mid-wicket. Found the toe end of the bat, found the fielder on the deep pad to bobble it. And ends up taking a sharp catch in the end. That is going to be the 8th wicket to fall. 156 for the loss of 8.
Now leading the charge in terms of wickets for this Atlanta Lightning team, the South African all-rounder Heath Richards. He came into this tournament as a batting all-rounder, but 3 last weekend on Sunday and now 4 today. Could this be the performance for the Atlanta Lightning that helps them stay up top that Southern Division? Padala comes to the middle, a man known for his bowling, leading wicket taker in this team. Huge task, but I think I was so surprised that Jagadish took that option, Aman, because you've got Dane Pete at the other end who's on 31. Just get a single and get your captain back on strike. You need, with 7 wickets down, to try to hit maximums as well. I guess we'll see in a couple overs' time how crucial that could be for this Raptors team.
Yeah, it just didn't make sense, that option there from Karthikeya. 1 wicket in hand heading into the final couple of overs. Now it's just 2 left. A lot of pressure rests on Dane Pete's shoulders.
Pete goes through extra cover. The batters did cross, that's why he's on strike, Dane Pete. But it also puts so much more pressure on his shoulders now, knowing that they only have 2 wickets in hand. He's got to sort of really manage the risk that he takes in this innings. Here's the wicket again, looking to go the aerial route, but picked out those 2 fielders. And how often have we seen today bowlers trying to force batters to hit into the square boundaries, much bigger dimensions here at the Atlanta cricket fields.
That'll bring Aditya Badala on strike, and his left-handed bat, when given width, he's someone who can take it through his offside, likes to play with width, and came in for the Morrisville side last year at times at the 4th or 5th position. So they do value his batting. It's a good bat down the order. We'll see what he can do now. And if Heath Richards can pick up 1 more, the Lightning would feel well ahead in the match.
Not a good delivery from Richards. Short, asked to be hit. And even for a lower batter, Padala backing himself to take on that area with the fine leg and the square leg up in the circle.
You see fine leg, deep backward square inside. And all he had to do was just pick the gap. It was holding short on his body. He wasn't going to miss out. And a welcome 4 for Aditya Padala.
160 mark crossed, and even though the fact that they've been able to pick up wickets with great consistency, picking up the wicket of 4 in the last over. Another one down the left side, and another one hit into that region. Do not want it to be Patel at the square leg boundary. Back-to-back boundaries coming for the Raptors. The pendulum has just swung back and forth in this game. Could it be going the way of the Morrisville Raptors?
Heath Richards had been so consistent all day long, these last 2 straying in line and just allowing Padala to work it into the leg side. Aryan Patel, valiant effort, just couldn't get to it. And back-to-back 4s, and like you said, that pendulum just swinging back into the favor of the Morrisville Raptors.
With those 2 boundaries, the equation becomes a lot simpler. 24 from 14, How Dane Pete at the other end must be wishing that he had maybe 2 or 3 more batters left in the hutch. Small margin of error now for these two in the middle, but the way young Padala's come out and commanded authority. Yes, they haven't been great deliveries, but still, you've got to hit them into the boundary. He's done just that. It's bold from him because you think coming in at number 10, you come in tentatively, you're nervous. Well, the youngster showing no nerves on display here. He's got a game to win for his team. Much better from Richards in the offside. 2 is the call. Must be a single on Mark Parchment. One of the best down at cover. 23 from 13. But if we wanted a better start to this weekend here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields, I don't think you would have had it. Perfect weather, nail-biting game, high-scoring affair. This could go either way. One delivery remaining. Already they've taken 10 runs from the over. They've gotten the requirement. Dane Pete, lucky. Could have easily found the outside edge. Could also, on the flip side, go onto the boundary. He felt like he missed out. End of 18, 166 for 8.
Yeah, again, you just take a second look at this. Coming down the track, trying to open up the offside. Just missing it all together. And it's 23 from the final 12 deliveries. And the question becomes, where does the bowling come from for the Atlanta Lightning?
Of course, Morrisville Raptors, Dane Pete, their hopes dangling in the wind with their captain at the crease in the middle. Does he have it in him? It's been a spectacular inning from one that hasn't produced too much with the bat in hand. But boy, did he come up big for his team today. Win or lose, Heath Richards, stand out, 4 wickets for him. 1 apiece for Matani, Phillip, Terrence Hines, and Kerry Peer. We've seen bold decision-making from Kerry Peer pretty much throughout this innings, but if he goes to Siddharth Matani, who's got the ball in hand for the penultimate over, boy, would this be something to see. 2 overs for 26 runs, Aman. Going back to him in the penultimate, the most crucial over of a T20 innings.
Well, again, interesting call, and his hands kind of tied. You have Aryan Patel, Kyle Phillip, and Sid Matani. You'd expect it to be Kyle Phillip, but he's saving him for the final over, you're assuming. And he's gone into his wicket-taking bowler, a new acquisition from the San Diego Surf Riders, played there in last year's edition of minor league cricket. He's here for the Atlanta Lightning. He's taken wickets every game they've played, but he's been expensive so far today. Will this move pay off for Kerry Pierre?
Matani, the off spinner, bowling the penultimate, 23 runs to defend. Starts with just a single, and I think Dane Pete, that would have been the plan. Seeing the off spinner come into the attack, knowing that the ball's spinning back into him as a right-hander, he would have just told young Padala, just get one, get me back on strike, let me do the bulk of the attacking. He knows Dane Pete, that it really comes down to him. If he gets out here, it's a very difficult task for your number 10 and 11 batters to win this game. Let's see the field that Siddharth Matani goes with. Remember, he has protection, can have 5 outside the circle. He bowled 2 inside the power play, and even though he picked up the wicket, he's conceded 26 runs. So 2 to the right-handed Pete, he's got a deep backward square. And then a deep cover on the boundary, long off, long on in place as well. 2 on the offside. 1 at deep point and a deep cover. Well bowled, excellently bowled. There was all about the length from Matani. Went full. Very hard to get underneath. It's a bold delivery though, because had he got it wrong on either side, could have traveled distance. Good start by the off spinner so far. 1 run from the first 2 deliveries. Full toss, that's not where you want to be. And Dane Pete just gets it over the boundary. Oh, such a good start to the over now. Has turned into an expensive one. Exactly the result that Dane Pete would have fancied and backed himself to get.
Trying to go back into the block hole. Siddharth Matani, as you said, just got it wrong. Got it over the top, Dane Pete. Got it all the way, and a huge runs coming off the bat of the Morrisville Raptors captain. Again, a juicy full toss, sent it over the top, got just enough of it And this makes this chase ever more intriguing. 16 from 9 now with that 6.
You think one boundary away from bringing this to close to a run ball. Dane Pete, it's been a magnificent innings from the South African. The man has played at the test level. Goes down the ground again. This time though on the ground, and it'll just be a single. 2 is the call actually. Padada's coming back. Slick misfield at the off. So costly at this stage. And it just shows you, even though you want to strike big, you want to continuously score, especially in the middle overs of a T20 game. If you just manage the situation, you look at that asking rate. It was 10 runs per over. They needed 70 from the last 7. Dane Pete came in, just ensured that he stayed there right to the end. They're one delivery away, the Lightning. One delivery away from taking this wicket. Good result because they've already gone past the 10-run mark for this over.
Get Padala on strike, and the Morrisville Raptors would be hoping for anything even here. A 2, a 4, a 6, but they don't want to see Aditya Padala back on strike to start off the final over. They want it to be Dane Pete.
The key will be how much can they give Kyle Phillip, who we suspect will go the final over. How much can he defend? His last over was an expensive one. Went for 10 runs. In the scheme of this game, though, 10-run over, if they can keep it to maybe just a single, would help, would win them the game. It's all happening here, all happening at the Atlanta Cricket Field. Everyone is nervous. A young under-21 at the crease, facing Matani, who's been under pressure today. That is beautiful. Beautiful from Padala. Where has he been? Aditya Padala. 10 from 4. Make that 16 with that maximum. 182 for 8. 7 needed.
Look at this stroke here, frees up the arms and sends it over the top of the leg side. I said earlier, someone the Morrisville side last year sent in the 4th, 5th position at times. More than capable bat, shows off the stroke there. Make it 7 from the final over. The Raptors now, you feel like they're in front.
Huge, huge over for the Morrisville Raptors, and it wasn't a bad one. But the key is the 2 maximums that they were able to hit, and now have got it to just about a run a ball. Dane Pete, the captain, take a bow for this.
Come on, boys! Right him round.
Dane Pete, the captain, because of that maximum, he's on strike, 7 needed. Does he go for it in 1 hit? Or does he play the safe game and trust Padala at the other end?
And Dane Pete, again, such a smart cricketer. He's just going to be looking to score runs in every facet they can. It's Kyle Phillip, though, that has all the pressure on. And remember, the previous over he bowled had 3 consecutive wides. He's starting over the wicket. Can't afford any extras here. Any extras, make it a run a ball. You're going to need to find ways to skirt dot balls and keep it right in, nice and tight.
One over remaining, 6 balls, 7 needed. This could go either way. Kyle Phillip winning the final over of this game. Starts well. Dane Pete happy to get 1 and bring Aditya Padala on strike. Aman Patel, this young man Aditya Padala is playing as an under-21 player. What about this shot? That's a shot of 40 years of experience with 13 runs needed to win the game.
Smart cricketer always knows where the scoring options are and is always just looking to play the right shot. Not trying to do anything too flashy. Doesn't talk a lot, very quiet, very humble individual. He's just looking to get a job done. It's 6 from 5 now. He just has to find a way to at least get 1 here. And for Kyle Phillip, You have a left-hander. Don't want to waver yourself in line here, having to change it from bowling to the righties all day long.
He's been at the top of the wickets chart for this Raptors team. None today, but if he gets them over the line, that will be forgotten. Kyle Phillip missing his runner. He came in and faced Heath Richards. Very first 2 deliveries he faced, shot them into the boundary for 4. Then, last delivery of the last over. Striking it over the ropes for 6. Kyle Phillip, you wonder how much pressure is on his shoulders coming off of that performance last weekend where he was expensive. Does have experience on his side, a man that's played at the international level for the USA, 2 one-day internationals. But he knows the importance of this minor league and proving himself in situations like this. How important it is to help him get back to the highest level. 183 for 8. This could go either way. 6 needed from 5. Should have stopped that. It was a crucial dot ball, but it just goes through him.
And the awareness from Dane Pete to make that call as soon as the misfield was there. I think Badala almost had his back turned. He just hit it straight back. But that fumble there from Kyle Phillip allows Dane Pete to get back on strike. 5 from 4 now for the Morrisville Raptors.
Showing that he's got the right field, Kyle Phillip. Full toss, right slower delivery. Dane Pete wants to, and they're coming back for it as well. Run out chance here. It's wayward, means that they get back for 2. And all of a sudden, situation 3 from 3 for the Morrisville Raptors.
Smart batting from Dane Pete. Didn't try to overhit it. Saw the slower one and just pushes it into the leg side. And right away the call came out for 2. Aditya Badala, when they did the fitness test, the Morrisville Raptors, Badala had the best one, was the fastest Morrisville Raptor there. He was always going to get back. The throw wayward allows Dane Pete to get back. And that was 3 from 3. And the Raptors, they've evened it out.
I hate to say it. I hate to say those painful 2 words, but a super over on the cards. And look at this as a dot. The Morrisville Raptors, I'm going to tell you, know very well, were involved in a super over already in this tournament against the Philadelphians. One that they won at Church Street Park. Dane Pete was a man that was on strike for his team in that super over. Won't want to go out there, I can tell you. The nerves of the painful super over that we've seen in this format so often. 3 from 2. The captain, Dane Pete, who's played at the test level for South Africa. It all boils down to this. Crucial delivery coming up here. Can Kyle Phillip hold his nerve? What delivery does he go? Does he go for the Yorker? Pace off. You can see him having a chat with Badala. What a performance this has been, a match-winning innings. And you can hear what it means to the Morrisville Raptors. It's a gutsy victory. Just what the doctor ordered for them in a crucial weekend.
Dane Pete, he's had a last ball finish already this season at Church Street Park. Had to hit a single off the final, did it. This time with 3 deliveries, with 3 runs needed with 2 deliveries left. Squeezes 1 away for 4 off Kyle Phillip. The Morrisville Raptors, a team that last year struggled to finish and close out matches. This year, in clutch situations, they've been so good. And once again, as that man, Dane Pete, leading from the front, gets the win for the Morrisville Raptors.
Well, these are the finishes and the games that you dream about in the T20 format in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. What a gutsy win for the Morrisville Raptors by 2 wickets. They continuously lost wickets throughout this innings. Some way, somehow, though, the captain, Dane Pete, who's known for his off-spin, boy, did he get it done with the bat in hand. You can see what it means to him and his team, because now they already had games in hand on the Lightning with a win against them. You mentioned the crucial, how crucial this weekend is because you have these Southern Division rivals going at it. Such an important performance. Ice in his veins.
Ice in his veins. The celebration came out. Again, the Raptors, they're a passionate group. They're a group that's so tightly knit. And again, they just led from the front. And it was Dane Pete, again, who's that man. Just gets them over the line.
Well, really a story of starts for the Morrisville Raptors. 4 batters getting in the 20s. No one able to take the game deep. But Dane Pete, the captain, 48 from 34. Truly quality innings from him. 3 maximums, 2 boundaries, but he controlled his aggression so well. And he's got his team over the line. The bowlers?
Yeah, again, if you look at the bowling scorecard for the Atlanta Lightning, you're just talking about a bunch of guys who are expensive. Heath Richards, the pick of the day, 4 overs, 38 runs and 4 wickets. But Siddharth Mathani was expensive early on. Kyle Phillip could never really get things in the right direction. Terrence Hines was nice, 4 overs, 34 runs and a wicket. But again, expensive. Kerry Pierre, 4 on the trot, 22 runs and a wicket. And then the 1 over for Aryan Patel, the 1 for 14. Just expensive there for the Atlanta Lightning.
Well, there you have it. What a game of cricket we've been treated to. The very first game of this weekend at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. The Lightning posting 188 for 7. You always thought, though, with the start that they had, were they just short 10 to 15 runs? The Morrisville Raptors proving that they have the depth to win these crucial games, getting to 190 and winning by some 2 wickets in the end. Well, what a game it's been. Can barely catch a breath. Here's how it unfolded the innings. The Raptors started the power play extremely well. First 6 overs, they got to 59. Even though they lost the 2 wickets, you just knew that they could get within that asking rate of 10 runs per over. They would always be in front. Lahira Milantha, Kenda Swami began so well. They took apart the pace, the extra pace of Kyle Phillip. Terrence Hines, his first over went for 12 runs, but in this very over, he was able to make a breakthrough. Hines able to get the crucial wicket of Kenda Swami, while the shot was on, was unable to get the elevation to go past that man at mid-on. The Lightning, even though they were under the pump, got 10 to 15 runs short. Just knew that they were always in with a chance if they picked up wickets continuously, and they did that through the middle overs. Some luck for Lahira Milantha. Milantha showing his versatility, both square of the wicket. Even when the deliveries were full, got a couple of lucky inside edges, and boy was he special to watch, Milantha. But then, when Milantha and Obas Pinar came together, you knew that that would be the pivotal partnership. Jacobus Pinar came to the crease after Sanjay Stanley, picked up Heath Richards on the infield, and from the very onset, the way that Pinar timed the ball, the Atlanta Lightning would have been very worried the way he's able to strike 2 boundaries in his very first 2 deliveries. 1 on the offside, then the onside for this team. You just thought after scoring that 38 ball 100 last weekend, could he have another one in him? Lahira Milantha looking to go big, 1 too many. Found Jesse Bhutan at mid-on, who took the catch this time. Obas Pinar was so deceptive, just his ability to manipulate the gaps. Has the power game as well. It just was truly special. That was probably the best shot we've seen all day. Reverse sweep. But the very next delivery, Kerry Pierre is why he brought himself into the attack and gambled for his 3rd over, taking the outside edge of Pinar with a wide delivery. Heath Richards picked up 4 wickets. Olisetti played a couple good strokes, but then in this very same over, Richards again striking one of his very 4, picking out Mark Parchment on that mid-wicket boundary. And just thought the Raptors, even though they were above the scoring rate, just continuously lost wickets. Shiva Kumar Divarapu did extremely well, struck a couple of big blows with the captain Dane Pete at the other end. And you just thought at this stage, needing just 10 runs and over, they were well on top, well in command of things. Partnership between Shiva Kumar Divarapu and Dane Pete that was worth 39. Then Shiva Kumar had to go. Just thought, could that be the time where the Atlanta Lightning take the game on and win the game from there? Dane Pete said, no, it's my game, my show, my game to win. Matthew Ford, slower delivery, meant he had to go back to the hutch. Just short stay for him. 5 runs. Jesse Boutan was again very good on that boundary. But the way that Dane Pete and young under 19, sorry, under 21, correction, Aditya Padala struck 2 fours and a maximum. That was the wicket of Karthikeya Jagadish, which then brought the youngster at number 10, struck 2 boundaries in his very first 2 deliveries. And surely you thought, could there be one twist to the tail to win the game for the Raptors? That was the second of the lot. Even better timing on that occasion. JP just had confidence in his youngster at the other end. Siddharth Latani bowled the penultimate. It was a big gamble by Carey Pair, and it traveled for 2 maximums. The young man getting the equation down to 7 needed from the last over, and that was the ball that went into the boundary by Dane Pete, the captain. Real celebrations, and in the end, the Raptors winning by narrow margin, just 2 wickets. 190 chased down, and the second time the Lightning have posted a total in excess of 185 and have struggled to defend at the Atlanta cricket fields. Whew, who better to talk to than the man himself, the captain, the man of the moment, ice in his veins, he says. Dane Pete, Dane, talk to me about that innings. You know, one of 48 from just 34 deliveries. What was the plan when you went in at 83 for 4 just after losing a crucial wicket of Pinar, who's been the main run scorer for you guys?
Yeah, the main idea for me coming in was just try to provide some composure into the batting lineup. We were a bit frantic up front, obviously, trying to chase a big score of 180, but we stayed in the fight. I mean, our motto and our mantra is to try and go as deep as possible, but never give up believing. We've played a lot of close matches in this competition, but just our unit our team as a unit on the whole has been exceptional. We play for each other, we play for the team, and we never give up.
Well, tell me about sort of your performance in itself. You know, you're a man obviously known for your off spin, but the way you were able to command the innings, you just managed the risk so well. What do you think it is about your innings that sort of helped your team get over the line?
Yeah, I've always been quite methodical with the way I bat. I always believe in hitting the ball where there's no fielders. So if there's a big gap, I try to hit the ball there. Hines had 2 covers in position, and I knew he was going to try and go back to the length. So any kind of bat over, there's always space for the ball to run. So that's what I've always tried to do. My batting's improved over the years, but with experience, it does become a lot easier when you try to navigate your way through an innings and just try to calculate the risks you have to take at certain times. But I thought the innings of Aditya Padala really ignited the back end of our innings.
Well, finally, Dan, I have to ask you, as the captain of this Raptors team, the first innings, how crucial was that bat 5 overs where you kept them to just 49 runs? You took 5 wickets. Did you feel like they were maybe 10 to 15 runs short?
Yeah, I walked off the field. I don't know if you guys saw. I had a quick huddle with the team, and I told them, guys, that they probably 12 to 15 runs short at the end of the game. If we had to get that, we would have been in real trouble. I just thought we navigated the power play really well. Playing on a juke matting, you really have to be quite exceptional in your skill as a bowling unit, and I thought we executed that pretty well. So the energy in the team is unbelievable at the moment. We're playing on a high, and we're just enjoying each other's company, which makes cricket a lot easier than it is already.
Such a crucial win in this Southern Division as this team now looks to take on the Lightning and the Fire. Crucial 4 games coming at you this weekend. There's what it means to the table. The Raptors moving up to 13 points. They've still got 2 games in hand on the Lightning. Such a crucial result for them as this tournament intensifies. Well, don't go anywhere because later today we've got the Fire up against the Orlando Galaxy. Dane Pete, who we just had here winning the game for his team, he'll be joining us in commentary as well for more analysis. The Fire, the Galaxy, it's going to be a blockbuster later today. We've already had great action early at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. We look forward to seeing you at about 2:25 p.m. local time. See you then.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.